is my place in this party. I am the worrier, always.
You don't need to worry about it. Don't worry about it.
Hi, everybody. While Spire freaks out in the background.
Hey, I am technically unconscious. How is everyone in the season?
Yeah, Kreh and Aaron are still unconscious.
She did this to me. She did this to me.
All I did was summon a token a couple times. And upload another one. Don't worry about it.
I'm just gonna get my
But I
notes
know
out.
Aspire likes to rewatch things, so I wanted to make sure that the starting student screen was up and she didn't see the name of what I uploaded.
Oh boy.
Because then I'll just get yelled at.
Nini!
Okay, hi everybody. How are you all? Let's see. What all happened last week? Alright, Zara's found out Cinder is his sister. That's a thing.
Alright, I finished what I was doing.
Surprise.
Where were we?
Amos and Cinder had got. Oops, I hit a button. I reset my camera. It's fine. It's fucking E, which really sucks, man.
Ooh.
It's like E or Q. It's right there. It's like it's one of those, and it fucking resets your fucking camera back to the top, and it's so annoying.
Yeah.
Well, mine set the space bar the moment I think I rebound it.
Uh,
It's even easier for me to hit. I don't know why.
You know...
So let's see. Cinder and Amos had gone off to do some investigating. There was a little bit of conflict with the one of the Dragon Brothers. Who might have not left in the happiest of moods.
He didn't really join the happiest moods either.
Oh, I mean,
He just
His
doesn't strike me as a happy camper.
to be fair, yes,
not
Amos
unreasonable,
might
though.
be blood, but that does not mean it's not still a stranger. So he might have been more unhappy with Spencer, let's be honest, at that point.
Fair.
Poor
Poor Spencer.
It's fine.
So yeah, he already didn't come there in a good mood.
It's fine. Everything's fine. Nobody's dead yet.
Yet. Anyways. They did find a note that said something was happening in 7 days. Well, at least a day has passed since that note was sent. Correct? Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. So they've got 6 days left. They had a week from that date. And they're not really sure what it is. They tried to get some answers from the imprisoned friend who did not really care to share any information. She did try to provoke.
Luckily, Amos is not proficient with weapons because, yeah, he knows he can't
Mr.
hit well with
Dragon
weapons.
to death with a stick.
Look, a quarterstaff in the right hands with a dragon at 1 HP.
Technically, you like
Yeah.
knocked it out and then just gradually died as Kreh carved it up. I think is what happened. I mean,
Oh,
if you're thinking, if you're
You
thinking
know,
about the reality
Oh,
of it, it would have still been technically making death saves.
Oh no.
I should have been
Yeah,
rolling that
yeah.
while you were doing that because that would have been funny if I rolled it at like if it woke up in the middle.
Woke up in the middle being carved up.
Hell,
Hey, look,
hello and
welcome
welcome to being
autopsy.
flayed alive.
When all of a sudden you hear the dragon go, "Ow! Ow! What are you doing? Ow!"
He would have probably just
Yeah.
went back and tried to eat Kreh. I mean,
Yeah, probably.
Whatever annoys it. That's pretty much how that goes.
Yeah, I think an impromptu autopsy would definitely be that case.
Yeah.
but yeah. So we left off with Zardos letting Cinder know that he knew now. They got to hug and everything. But Amos and Cinder are back on the ship.
From our lovely excursion to the place.
Yes, after you guys found out the information and left the cell area.
Which Cinder was not in the cell area. She was
Yeah.
inside of it.
Talking to
Or
Marilyn.
Oh, if magic worked, it would have been for a very good reason.
That's fine. Cinder apparently also has charm person.
You know?
Yeah, it works.
I don't know why I have that prepared, but I do.
Useful. Okay, we'll look over at Amos from where she's standing.
Who, as he gets to the mast, will punch the mast.
That's are you alright?
I think I'd make a better sparring partner than the mast, but you know.
To be honest, I'd rather punch the head off the kitsune.
You talked to the kitsune.
I don't
Just
think
a wee
we talked
bit,
very
yes.
much.
No, she didn't. Although she did try to provoke me
Obviously.
several occasions.
Moshe's obviously it almost worked.
Yeah, well, put it to you this way. Come to find out, she knew about my brother's capture.
Wait,
alright.
what?
Oh god.
How?
He looks
Oh.
confused because Zarvis was never told about this, by the way.
Oh,
He was
right.
not part of that conversation.
Right. Sawyer, when he left the ship, never made it to his destination, apparently.
Wait.
No, he didn't.
That's right, Cinder didn't know either.
Cinder
I
knowing this
don't-
thing is just like.
I don't
it's-
think anybody but Cam and Amos knew.
Kreh knew.
No.
Mm,
One of the girls
Cin-
was a part of it.
One of them, as far as one of Cinder Ignis knew, because Amos talked to them when they were to the side
It was one of them. I don't remember
in the room
which
with
one.
Ruby.
It was whoever went. It would have been Ignis.
it went
That'd been
then.
Ignis. That'd been Ignis. Yeah, Ignis went over there.
Gotcha.
So yeah, Cinder and Zarvis didn't know then.
Sorry, forgot that bit.
I feel like
Yeah.
that's worth mentioning.
I know.
I just
Oh,
assumed
don't.
would have said something.
Oh, don't worry. Something else would have been worth mentioning as well, but that wasn't mentioned either.
Hmm?
Oh, don't worry. It seems information regarding my family is something that would not have gotten mentioned if I'd not talked to Stryker.
Confused?
Information Kreh knew.
That's what I assumed.
What
Um,
exactly?
Yeah, I guess it depends on the information.
Let's see. Technically, from the time he boarded the ship, we had essentially a ticking time bomb on the ship.
Wait, what?
What do you mean?
He'll walk over. That way it's not entirely too loud. Put it to you this way. If pushed too far, or angered too much. Apparently he was corrupted in the Shadowfell.
Side note, as a player, I looked back in my notes and semi-knew some extent of that. I found out.
Oh, that's right. I think Kreh partially talked about it to her.
No, Sawyer told her.
Oh yeah, he did. Holy crap, I forgot about that.
Yeah, because she talked to him, asked him a whole bunch of questions because she was trying to get the whole story. Found out he was another victim of Kreh's nonsense and felt bad.
Yeah, because if I remember right, he had asked her not to say anything.
Yeah, which is why she hadn't said anything, but now she looks.
Which kind of makes sense to the comment I was going to say that Zaros was going to say anyways, because I forgot about that. You think she might have had her reasons why she didn't say?
It's possible Sawyer asked her not to say anything.
Well, here's the thing. It'd been nice to find out, if she said something after finding out that he was captured. Because what better thing than to be captured by the people that possibly killed your mother to push you over that edge? To not being yourself anymore.
I had not thought about that myself. And we're sure that these are the same people.
Oh, almost certain. Almost certain they're the same people that killed his mother, or killed their mother. Has apparently been capturing and killing my other relatives. They're on the Earth plane.
You say... Considering you already knew about that.
Apparently. Oh, even better, by the way. One of us isn't who we say they are.
Again?
Uh,
Alright, who am I punching?
I mean, he could probably punch each of us, but I don't think any of us are different.
Well, I'm
Exactly
new,
what
so...
what did the kitsune say specifically?
Okay, Amos has the keen mind feat, not Jay.
Mm. 'Cause I'm trying to remember exactly what she said. She said something about... I don't remember if it was like... something about your allies turning against you or your friends turning against. It was something along those lines. I don't remember the exact wording, I'll be honest with you. It's
fine.
been a week.
Yeah,
no,
I
that's
know.
fine. I had vague memory that they had something like that wording having been said because that's very different.
Don't
and
quote that, but it was something along those lines, basically.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you could say that he relayed that.
Yeah, he relays what was said.
Yeah.
Right. Okay. So there are two options here. Yes, one is that someone else on the ship or that has been traveling with us, unfortunately, has been kitsuned, or they are trying to drive another wedge.
Or the third option, they're not referring to us entirely.
What do you
Allies
mean?
No.
could be
We have
planes.
a lot of allies, to be fair, especially in the Earth plane right now.
And a
So
lot
it
of them
could-
are fighting each other.
And it could be anyone, which is concerning even more so because we know people there. And
He'll lean against a cannon.
And personally, there's one person in mind that I unfortunately keep coming back to just because of how in place he is at the moment.
How much of this conversation is Spencer paying attention to?
You can insight and see if he is.
Fair enough.
I'm not seeing anything with a 10.
Amos turn to you, Amos.
Mhm.
There's also one other issue. No matter what we choose, we're gonna have a price.
Oh, trust me, don't think I haven't thought about that.
What else did you guys find on the ship? You talked to the Kitsune, but you what they're looking for notes.
On the ship.
Town.
Town. That. Sorry.
we are.
I was like,
on
wait,
the
we're
ship.
on the ship.
Sorry.
Wait a minute.
We found a note. Well, Amos found a note.
Besides the general orders, which I think is what Cinder found.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Minor
Within.
just-
Go ahead.
some like general things. You found something bad.
What I found seemed to be orders of some kind, or letting know that a week from the date of delivery the letter was received, they would be moving. We're not sure what that means, which now we have about 6 days,
Concerning.
because it was delivered yesterday.
Moving from where?
That is our issue.
Don, not only do we not know where, we have a time limit, and we also have something else going on with your family being taken. Oh, good.
Well, that's not the only problem we still have to deal with.
No, it's not.
No.
Cam starts rubbing her temples.
We're gonna deal with my family, we gotta find her family. There's a few problems.
Sawyer's been captured. My family is lost somewhere in Celestia, which has been locked up and shut for several months. Feywild is under the control of potentially someone that is unstable. We don't know where the Kenku is.
We need an order of priority.
We
Or
don't
split
know.
up. But if we split up, we break our forces apart.
If we split up, that makes us weaker.
Exactly.
As as much as
Oh,
I
no
like to
wonder.
say I can, as much as I like to claim I can work on my own, this is not something I can take on my own. I can walk to Celestia, but after that, I'm afraid of my own well-being. They got me to leave somehow. Something got me to leave.
Here's another slight issue. The way I see it, either we go deal with Zarvis's family, go find your family, looking at Kreh. I mean, not Kreh, Cam. The other K name. We go to the Earth plane and hopefully thwart whatever they meant by moving. We go find Sawyer. Or we go straight to the Feywild and hopefully try and find the Kenku. Which, that option seems the stupidest and less likely to actually have a success.
Well, that's
Yeah.
not why we were going to Feywild only.
No,
The
no, it
Feywild
wasn't.
has two things: attack Kula and Zarvis'
Yeah.
family.
Mm-hmm.
And we're only assuming the Kenku is there.
But that's why I was specifying searching for them.
Yeah.
Alright, two things. One, we need Kreh. This is not a conversation we should be having without her. I know she was
I
resting.
can go get her.
Yeah, I suggest that. Second, we do
Please?
want to...
Please be nice.
Glad she's the one going
Does
then.
not respond.
Yeah, Amos just makes it back into camera. Glad she's the one going then.
Another thing. Suggestion? We get counsel on this.
What is the worst of the problems? That's the question.
Oh, we don't know.
They're all really, really bad.
Well, if this war does get on a move, that's a lot of innocent lives.
Yeah.
Unfortunately. Zank, we said going the other way. Should Sawyer turn, It's a lot of innocent lives. Or his own.
We need eyes on places that we may not be able to get eyes on.
But also, the problem is, we don't know where. I assume we don't know where Sawyer is, at least.
We don't. We don't know where anything is really.
The only hint we got from Sawyer from the sending was that he was potentially in the material plane somewhere around in that area. His father
He is underground.
What was his hint again?
That he was with Lucy.
Does she
What-
have someplace, a town that she usually lived in?
That was a dice roll.
Or did he see her?
What?
Would he have seen her if she would maybe flying around when he disappeared?
It's possible.
Possible.
What kind of routes does she take? Maybe that's a good start. Or as you suggested, somewhere she might spend a lot of time or near her home.
Okay, so we know he left about 4 days ago, 3-4 days ago. 4 now.
He left before you guys left the other place, and it took you 2 days to get there.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it'd be,
It would be
this would be
about.
like 4 days ago.
This would
3,
be
4.
this would be about the 4th day, actually.
Yeah,
At this
Okay.
point.
yeah, that was
That's-
the day before, like a day or so before we left. If I remember
Yeah.
correctly. That you sent that message to him.
Uh-huh.
Because I think that was before Kreh we realized Kreh was gone.
Mhm. It was. So you guys ended up staying an extra day. So
Mhm.
actually,
No, I sent that as we were leaving.
I sent that the night before.
Mm,
I think it was
I think
just had to recover them.
after we recovered them,
then
because
it would've
that's
been
how
the
I knew
night
Aaron was
before.
coming with us.
Mhm.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
I remember things now. It's been a while for that since that.
It was
A lot's
either that
happened.
or it was sometime in that morning after he woke up, because he did the gesture and that's when you sent the message.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it was that morning.
Okay.
I
'Cause
just
that's
don't
how-
remember if you guys left that same day or not.
I don't remember either off the top of my head.
I can't remember either. Fuck.
I'm just going to go with
I-
4 days.
Yeah.
Um,
Hold on. Notes.
Well, while they're trying to figure that out, Ignis, you get to the door, because it wouldn't be that far away, to be fair.
She'll give a light knock.
At least get the wake up happen here.
Yeah.
'Cause that
How does
is,
a light knock work with unconsciousness?
perception at disadvantage, technically.
Cool.
It's not
The
trying
door's-
to give the knock.
Okay. We stayed one more night after we got Kreh and Aaron. When we got them, we stayed a night so they could rest and everything like that, and everybody could rest because everyone had like run over some things, and then we left.
So it would have been that morning.
Yeah.
Yes. Because we also got Rin and Striker that morning, so we left, and then we had at least a couple days. prior.
Mhm.
Notes.
so yes, 4 days. There we go. Back to the wake up.
Yeah.
Or not,
Perception was a 9.
I don't think you hear anything.
Does the door is it unlocked to her?
You wouldn't have the permissions.
Oh dear.
Cool.
Bless.
It's either everyone has permission or it's in lockdown. There was no middle ground.
I feel like Striker probably looks at her as soon as she enters.
She'll be like, looks at him, looks over at where Kreh is and just starts walking toward Kreh.
Oh god.
deep breath and just sits down and watches.
You know?
To be fair,
was
he's
thinking-
still a little bit upset with her still.
You know?
Though it's for completely different reasons.
You
Mhm.
know?
You wake her up, or does she just pick her up?
I don't know, you do have somebody else there.
Hmm. True. Oh no. Oh no.
Oh
Mm.
no.
Well, see, Ignis has a feature that costs 1 key point, and then she can summon a visage of her astral self.
Uh-huh.
Oh.
It has 3 features, but one I'm thinking of is you can speak your words directly at a creature of your choice you can see within 60 feet, so only that creature can hear you. Alternatively, you can amplify your voice so every creature within 600 feet can hear you.
Oh no! And you guys are in a sealed room. So poor Striker.
She will turn to Striker and motion to cover his ears.
He's just gonna do like the doggy lay down ear cover thing, like.
She will be kind and kind of gently cover Aaron's ears.
I don't know if that's gonna work. I'm still gonna roll a perception for it. We'll
Oh yeah,
see.
Yeah.
she's just
Dog
hoping to
ears
kind of
are
at least
sensitive.
dampen for him because also a shifter.
This is true.
And I'll spend 1 key point, and you'll see like a draconic face appear over her own, fire, and she will amplify and say, "Time to get up."
You know?
I feel like, okay, if it's only just dampened, he might just still startle awake. Oh, yeah.
Yeah. She just didn't want to deafen Aaron.
I just picture a really poofy, fluffy tail moment.
The fuck?
Hmm.
What the fuck?
Yeah, so she's basically gonna jump out of this fucking chair.
Couch.
Yes, that thing.
Ignis.
Was that fucking necessary?
No. But it was a little funny.
By the way, Aspire, you were getting some happy birthday messages in the chat.
Oh, I see this. Hi!
Welcome, welcome, people. We just had somebody dragon face yell at characters to wake them
Yep.
up from an exhaustion nap.
Oh, right. It is midnight over here. Happy birthday, Aspire.
Yeah, thanks, guys.
I already bought her present, which she
You did.
played.
I did! It's fun. Hi, D&D players. Welcome! Enjoy the absolute chaos that is occurring right now.
Mhm.
We're breaking the tension for a brief moment before we cut back to the other group here.
Oh yeah, this is fair.
That's fine. She'll pull her hands away from Aaron, basically. Now she's dampened. Deafened.
Ah. What?
There's a conversation we needed people for. Looks like Kreh.
Right. Fine.
It's not great.
It doesn't tend to be when I need to get involved, apparently.
No, we are just currently realizing how many issues are currently going on simultaneously. Including one with Sawyer. That's currently happening.
Hilt's head.
Guess we should be on then.
Only Kreh hears this. Are you aware that he's not isn't being taken?
If I remember right, Amos came to her room to tell her, right?
Yes.
Yep.
Indeed. And
Apparently he's being used as a distraction.
of course.
And Kasuni already knew.
She just kind of nods.
She'll look at Aaron and be like, I'm not gonna stop you from joining. If you wanna join, you can join. I was just told to get Kreh.
Uh, I'll come up to the deck, but I'm not gonna butt in unless they want me to.
Fair enough.
I'll put her up here because
Just remind me at some point to explain some things.
Alright.
And she'd be on her way up to the.
Yep. Jesus, where did
Boy,
you
that
yeet
last
her? Holy crap.
Halfway there.
Well done.
the last 10 minutes, so she's just gonna keep it going.
Oh no. Yeah. Strike
Because
is
her
gonna land
dark
on your
vision
shoulder.
can see from magical dark vision up to 120
Boop.
feet.
Gabe.
I love how I've somehow seesawed Kreh's token.
Yes, you did.
It was beautiful.
Mm,
Anyways, back to up here to the seriousness now.
yes.
Now that we have confirmed 4 days.
Yes.
Um,
So if we have a timeline, then we maybe give it to her, and she can backtrack that where she would have been at that time.
I will
My
message
action-
my father and see if he can't get that out of her.
or I can ask her directly.
True.
She'd know where she'd been.
She might
Hopefully.
actually listen to.
He'll cast sending to Lucy,
Okay.
and we'll just simply say, about 4 days ago. Hold on. Go. What kind of route did you take flying around the material plane? Sawyer may have seen you at some point. That's what it said.
The same route I take every day. Don't change it. We scout different parts.
That would narrow it down. If this is true.
Yeah.
We're banking a lot.
You probably assume at least 2 of them if Dad's there, or scouting the material plane. So that probably at least
Yeah.
cuts it in half.
Yeah.
Helpful to some extent, and they can at least clear out that area a
It's
whole
still
lot faster. than
Pretty
people that-
big. Oh,
He'll cast it. He'll cast it one more time.
Mm.
Start there, and then branch out.
Let them know it's on the ground too.
And yeah, and he will
He already
say,
knew. Yeah, they already relayed
Yeah.
that.
"They are."
Okay,
Yeah,
I don't
That
remember
was-
if they knew or not.
Yeah.
she this Kitsune just confirmed what we
Yeah.
suspected.
Well, underground might make it a little hard when I'm flying through the air. But I'll look.
Yeah, they're a group. They might be either in a town, outside of a town, in natural structures.
Is it too late to add to that last sending? He would have said, "Don't go alone."
It really.
I mean, I can cast it again if not. I have one more third level
I'm
spell
just
slot.
trying to think of how she would respond to that part. Honestly, that depends on who's available. To be fair, you knew Estelle was in the Hells.
Mm-hmm.
And you know that at least one of them's in the Earth plane.
Mm-hmm.
So there is some separation already.
Yeah.
It's basically what you say. It depends on who is there when she goes out.
Yeah.
If we know where to go, this necklace could help, or Samuel could help. One your friend gave us. It's a big distance. It can cover in an instant.
Only once a day, though, right?
Yeah. Only once a day.
Yeah.
That's also a big jump of distance we didn't look at. Makes sense.
I'm just saying, if we knew exactly where to go, we could cover that distance faster if we needed to.
That also puts us in a place where we'd have to get back to another place to get to where everything else is.
That would technically only take a rest, and then I could get us back within that same distance.
Look,
That's...
there's another issue.
Oh good, please. What is it?
I don't think we can handle these guys.
It can handle dragons pretty easily.
Or there's just a large group of them.
It's always a numbers game, depending on your prey.
We're
What
talking
type-
about an ancient, at least. And, I mean, if she was around the same age as father. Talk about the mother.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Which, out of character, what type of dragon was she again? He would remember, but I am drawing a complete blank. on
She
shit.
was a crystal or prismatic,
Crystal.
whichever one you want to refer
One of
to her
those.
as.
Yeah. Yeah, but that issue being she was a crystal dragon. The crystal dragon.
And if it's a numbers game, to take that out, or even just an ancient dragon, I don't know much with those. That puts us still at a disadvantage.
Huge one.
It would depend what the goal is. Is the goal to burn them all to the ground and get Sawyer, or is it just to get Sawyer? Because if we go to get Sawyer, we can come up with a, albeit not a great plan, but at least a plan to get him out.
Here's the thing, he's not dead yet. So the issue being here, I'm going to bank on the fact they knew where he had been sealed away. There's some sort of knowledge that he's been corrupted.
Or he was in the
So if
wrong
you-
place at the wrong time.
That's also true. But if they knew their goal's not to kill, or he'd be dead by now. Either they're looking for somebody to buy dragon pieces, because they're just after money for this one, or it's a possibility, they're trying to push him as far as they can.
Well, the only thing I know about them is that you can't get much of anything while they're in their humanish form. You could just be waiting till he gets mad enough to transform.
Unfortunately, that's where my mind is at the moment, since he's not dead yet.
It could also just be a trap in itself as well.
Also true.
Might not be for us though. They took out an ancient dragon once.
That's why I told Lucy now to go alone.
What if they want the other one?
A guardian that leads them all.
Yeah. You can tell Cinder is like she's not hiding it well because she doesn't hide anything well. Well, fucking -1.
I'm back. Sorry.
Okay. She's frustrated, like because the idea of poacher is always is always not good for her.
What's the best way to lure in your prey other than take their child?
Yeah.
How people hunt wolves and stuff.
Tell people hunt anything. You take the child, the parent will come. If it's a good parent.
Most animals are.
Exactly.
Most animals, at least, are until the point where they're supposed to be separated.
Sawyer was still pretty young.
Even then, certain creatures like us, dragons, and such, to some extent, as far as I can know, still tend to care at least a little bit even after they would quote unquote leave the nest.
Trust me. That's
those that have more emotional attachments and higher thinking beyond instinct.
Which means sending his father looking for him is exactly what they wanted.
Or us. Because like I said, the Consini also knew, so maybe it could be us. I don't. It screams a trap.
Everything is screaming a trap. We're spread way too thin. There are too many things happening all at once.
Maybe
We're
that's
not the target.
They know we're tired. They know we've been at this for months.
We originally were never the target.
No, we just ended up being there.
Oh no, they just ended up having the wrong people. Don't think they realized that all the people they captured and had sealed away, don't think they realized their kids would actually come looking for them. Or all the kids would end up getting together.
That part they may not have planned on. Like I said, something sent me away from my family. Something planned something somewhere. Fate or whatever. Someone had to have known.
Or something.
Yeah, by this point you definitely would be
Yeah.
coming up.
I was about to be like, I have a feeling Kreh's coming up. Fuck. This is going to be interesting.
Yeah, no,
Oh,
I don't want to flip
Jesus.
myself. It's
He'll
fine. I'm trying
probably,
to scroll with a mouse wheel that keeps middle clicking randomly.
he'll probably come
Love
standing
it.
like over here.
So what have I been missing?
a
Oh,
lot
just
of
chaos.
a lot of theories, a lot of what ifs, a lot of unknown. About
Can
10
we
ways
just-
under the sun of the butterfly effect. I don't know.
Yeah, that would basically be it.
Right.
Can we just say we info dump on Kreh everything that we've just been talking about?
Honestly, at this point, Kreh would be like going like, okay, so just the cliff notes.
Yeah. Basically, we're screwed 16 ways from Sunday, as we now have a time limit of a week.
6
Less
days.
than that now.
Something is going to
Do what
happen.
specifically?
Anything. Any number of things. Potentially, deal with Zarvis's family in the Feywild, find mine in the Celestial Plane, and potentially find Sawyer.
'Cause whatever's happening is happening in 6 days. They're moving out. Well, 6 days from technically today, including today. It was a week from yesterday.
Good to know. So I guess we're at the deciding what to do phase.
We had a plan, and now it's kind of chucked out the window.
Just a quick reminder, what was that plan exactly?
Well, original plan was to hit the Feywild first.
Okay. So what are we thinking now?
Good question.
We don't know because it seems there's a possibility that whatever we choose, there's still going to be a pile of bodies.
Excuse me 1 second. I'm right back. And she's gonna kind of pull herself aside and not out of sight, but just like right there. I'll message you what she's doing. Fine.
Okay.
If we could get eyes on anything, just to give us an idea of what could possibly be happening, that would be helpful. The problem is I highly doubt that Celestia is going to allow for scrying. I'm pretty sure she looks over at Sarps that scrying into the Feywild might be a bad idea. And we can only get so far in scrying on Sawyer.
Even with his scale.
We can see him, we can see his condition, but that's it. We don't know where he is. We don't have a general location, but that's it.
Scrying has its visual limits. And hearing
Right,
limits.
we have a general location.
Lucy's area.
Underground. Yeah, Lucy's area. Maybe. We didn't actually fully determine if that's what it meant. It was just a guess.
We're grasping at straws.
I somewhere to start. Instead of just being spread out looking, a focus search on an area and then branch out. Makes finding things a wee bit easier.
Oh, and also, apparently, we could be having another potential spy issue.
And where's this info come from?
The Kitsune.
Kitsune.
The one locked away under Ruby.
Hold that thought.
He got called it or something.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
I'm scared because it's taken a while to send me this message there,
Yeah.
Fluffy.
For a second there, I couldn't remember how to spell a word, so I was like, "Wait,
Okay, sorry about that.
brain
Hi.
dead."
I'll come back.
Alright, what was the last thing said?
The Kitsune was the one that told them the info.
Right, okay. Right. I'm assuming we didn't get much more useful from her.
Oh, of course not. She has nothing to lose.
She did get Amos to punch the mast, however.
Yeah, I've noticed it's not very difficult to do.
You know, when she has, knowledge of the fact that Sawyer was captured, no, it doesn't.
Which is why we're worried.
So we have a Fortress of Celestia that we really have no way in hell of getting into.
Currently, no.
A missing brother that actually has other dragons looking for him at the moment.
Yeah, but that one's a bit trickier, especially if it's pushed too far and becomes a shadow dragon.
I'm an absolute idiot. Someone has been to Celestia recently. Not necessarily recently, but went there. Got in.
Did she get to the town? No, I don't think she said she got in town.
I don't remember, but she was in the area.
Player knowledge, no, she did not. She said the place was sealed and they wouldn't let
Okay.
anybody in.
Okay. I could not remember off the top of my head. I knew that we had somebody that was in the area, just... Okay. Then scratch that.
Alright. What was that about shadow dragons?
Oh, if he's pushed too far, angered too much. My brother's literally a ticking time bomb. Thank you, by the way, Striker.
I don't know exactly the situation I meant, but you know.
I guess I'll take a second guess when it seems like someone wants to keep something private.
I understand there's certain things that should be kept private. When it's something involving my brother who has been corrupted by the Shadowfell and is on the ship with everyone and has now been captured by possibly the people that killed his mother, I think that is valuable information to know.
Wait, wouldn't the sister also have issues and your dad?
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah, they
maybe. I
would.
guess your sister is product in nature already. She might not.
And the dad might be stronger enough to withhold it. It was bigger.
Might take a lot longer, a lot more.
Mm-hmm.
A lot more like taking a child.
Depends on how easily your dad angers, which I think it was more of a not a rage when we saw him angry, as he kind of quotes that. It's a lot of cursing.
Yeah.
Seems about right.
True.
And threatening
Yes.
more than anger.
Yeah, the Sawyer thing is concerning. I don't know. I'm going to be honest here for about 0.5 seconds. Don't read too much into it. I'm worried about my family.
Which you have every right to be.
Oh, indeed. I'm not gonna hold that
last
against it's your family.
The last I heard, my father was in some sort of trance. I haven't been able to hear from him at all.
I'm assuming you tried sending.
A while back. I could try again, see if anything's changed, but... Back when this whole thing first started, when I first ran into Killjourn, he suggested that I tried messaging my mother and my father, and that's how I found out that things were not good.
Yeah.
Closed doors are not a very good sign.
Typically, no.
Do
For the
y'all-
moment, if he's in a trance, he's at least alive.
Potentially.
That's true.
But for how long? What are they doing to him? Why do they have him in a trance? What is that point? To keep him from going after my mother? All they would have to do is kill him. Why keep him alive?
Possibly is that nagging thought in the back of your mind.
Think of it this way. Your mother was sealed away. And have your father held in a trance somewhere. What happens when you go to try and save one of them by yourself?
I don't know.
You get captured.
But what is the point in that?
To be rid of you.
For what reason? I'm not... Look... I brag about my skills, but I'm a bard and a coward. I'm not exactly anything like my parents. I'm nowhere near what they are.
But
But
here's
you
the
are
thing,
still the social prowess of our group.
not to mention their child.
Might just be the connection as well.
If they wanted to get a hold of me, they had 5 years to do it. I was not quiet.
You may not have been a threat. Or they just wanted to fuck with you. Who the hell knows?
Huh, they've done an excellent job if that's what they wanted.
Here's what I say. Let's put a priority on things. As hard as that art is. I know everyone's gonna have their bias, and I don't blame them for it.
Honestly, how I'm seeing it. That fucking bird tops the list.
We don't know where
Right
he
tops
is.
the list, we don't know where he is. I agree with you. And I agree with you. is more likely one of two locations. So let's jail wild, which would point us, to be fair, in one of your two directions. Looks like Cannon's Arvis.
At that point, it depends if you think we'd be in the more
what
fortified
was
one.
that?
Don't worry about it.
That was in my left ear, and I don't like it.
You know, that is fair.
Left could be any direction though, because you could be facing either way. You'll love this game.
There we go.
Don't worry
Okay. Looks at Amos. Then there's your brother. We also don't know the location of, but we have a more narrowed down location. Even if it is a large area. And we have the time limit is also the issue. However, if we were to decide to go to one or the other, looks at Cam and Zarvis, we have a way to get to the Earth plane, which is close to those two. Which means we don't have. It won't take us 6 days just to get to the Earth plane, like it would probably normally, if not more. We could take a little time to give them time to look, and then figure it out from there.
We also have to travel from the Earth plane to whichever plane we're going to, and then either fight or get in, or whatever we're doing.
Yes. Which means we won't be able to give maybe more than 1 or 2 days at most, depending on where we're wanting to go. One's closer to the capital than the other.
And even then, we may only be able to get to one.
Exactly. Either way, we're only going to be able to get to one, to be fair. And that time limit. Unless you have a faster way of getting to between the two.
No. All I
Even
have
if
are
we-
wings.
Even if we take advantage of the amulet to skip a bit of a distance a day, it's still an issue.
What's the range on that amulet?
1,000 miles. Well, that,
Things are breaking on my end.
Oh, that's
Oh.
because you
yeah, you
DC'd.
just disconnected.
Yeah, am I still here?
Yep.
Yeah,
Yes, you
you're
are.
here.
Okay. What's the range on that amulet?
1,000 miles. It does have another limit of. Character player goes to the character
Once
sheet
a day.
with items written down once
Yeah.
a day, and can only take, I believe. Where did I put that amulet? There it is. 6 people, including the person using it.
I'm assuming you have to know a location.
Unless you want to accidentally teleport into a wall, you probably do need to know where you're going a little bit.
At least in
Yeah, but-
general, yeah.
Yeah, it might be a good idea to know.
I imagine it's not much different from using any teleporting spell.
To be fair, we could also use it to recall backwards, which would probably be the safer option.
That's true.
if we say go to the Feywild and realize nothing's going on down there, we could use it to backtrack and cut off some time, but I don't think we'd make it all the way to the other side before time was up, even if we went right now.
That's even if it's happening at those places.
This is the assumption we're making, correct? Could be somewhere else. Could be back where you just were.
What places have not been attacked yet? At least
The
three,
airplane.
right? Well, no, the airplane was having trouble, remember? Just your town,
It's just-
your city,
Mhm.
like, thing wasn't attacked. Yeah,
Oh,
Believe-
she did specify
believe-
that there was issues going on.
I thought all she said was nothing had reached there.
Nothing had reached where they lived because they were up on the mountains. Is what she said, but there was stuff going on below the mountains.
Mountain's tall, hard to get up,
Yeah.
Mhm.
basically. I
Especially
think.
with giants living up there and causing issues.
Yeah.
I think
And a somewhat friendly
Hero-
dragon.
here was being assaulted by the Nine Hells, technically, but
Not yet. They had not been attacked yet. Arcadia was still semi-okay, but they were prepping.
yeah, there was stuff going on, but I feel it was because of how defensible the city was. That was the issue. But I don't know if it's
Material
necessarily that.
Material plane I don't think had been attacked yet, right?
I believe so.
I don't
There's a
know,
little issue with guardian dragons there.
yeah, which might be what this is all about.
I'm looking at the other planes.
I don't think.
Well, because remember, I at least looked up the airplane one, and it doesn't specify that it will just go out and necessarily help. It had like a
Yeah.
whole thing of it. It'll do something if it's near its home, like its actual lair.
Right.
But it won't necessarily just get up and help the entire plane. You know, so that was kind of the assumption of most, you know, the water dragon here in the water area probably could be anywhere. In all honesty,
Alright.
it's so big.
I don't. I can't remember the name of this one. It's the one where everything was slanted.
Gonna.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think that one, as far as we've been told, as far as we are aware right now, that one's not being attacked. But that was like, it sounded like people from there were going toward the Beastlands is just
Yeah.
because thievery peoples.
Yes.
Yeah.
That was really all he knew. That's their specific city had. But to be fair, who really wants to attack a slant plane?
Yeah.
I
we
mean,
don't
unless you're rolling down
know-
boulders downhill, I don't think.
Yeah.
There's
we
also
don't-
not a lot there, I'll be honest with you.
No,
And that would probably be
there's-
common knowledge that there's not a lot of towns and cities there because not many people like to live there.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The only one would be like the palace, but I don't think they're gonna fuck with the palace.
Yeah.
No, that's
That would probably be the only benefit to attack in that place, would be that palace.
Mhm.
And even then, you gotta find the palace. You
Yep.
may see it on the map, but you still gotta find it.
And I feel like that would just piss Ace off, and that's not a great idea for to piss Ace off.
Nope.
He's fine when he's happy and enjoying himself, but when he gets pissed off,
Don't
that's
try to
bad.
take his stuff, man. Do not try to take his
Exactly.
stuff.
That's not.
This is
not-
mine.
Yeah.
You don't touch, and if you do, I'll break your face.
And if you do not break each finger that touched it.
Doubt the gray waste is being attacked, but I don't think that's an issue.
No.
Gray waste.
Helping
Nobody
with the sandwiching of
Nobody
mess.
lives there.
Yeah.
The creatures there will attack, but
Mhm.
yeah.
I
So it-
don't
we
know
don't-
about the astral plane. That's
nobody knows about the astral plane. No
we
one's
know
yeah.
nothing.
We
don't-
I would say there technically would have been somebody, but this.
Yeah.
Yeah, anymore.
It's fine. Outlands were kind of with the
You guys don't
Beastlands.
really know anybody, basically.
Yeah. Like,
Yeah.
Cam knows the area, but it's not home base to her, so she doesn't know a whole lot about it. Like, she was born there and had a couple of years there, but that was about
Well,
it.
it's more of knowing a person to even ask, to be fair.
Yeah.
If you're gonna find that out, you might be better off going to the Earth plane to ask people who all come from all over.
That is right next door, and so if there are refugees hanging out in the Earth plane, we know something's up.
Yeah. I only mention that because Spencer has basically told you guys that if you really want to know information, that's your best bet. Because this is all I know.
So like,
Yeah.
so I think at this point Cinder would have rejoined the conversation.
Yeah.
Ignis will say, so it seems like our best bet is to decide where we're gonna go based on what knowledge we get when we get to the Earth plane.
Save us here spinning in circles trying to figure something out.
And just go over there, get more information, and do more spinning in circles.
At least we'll be on a bigger wheel.
Say you can at least give a day. We'll figure out if they can find anything about Sawyer.
I will try
At
and see
least-
if I can't. Go ahead.
There's at least a few people looking. May have asked someone a little bit.
Oh yeah, there's two groups looking. And the striker just kind of like peeks over.
Oh, what?
He mentioned that you asked for help.
Mm.
She'll motion to the earring.
Oh.
She
She asked Alwyn for his advice.
wags tail happily and proud. And
I'm like, I like, what would Cinder do? She would reach out to the one person she felt comfortable with, was another druid that seemed to kind of, that she would know would feel the same way about poachers and all that.
so player knowledge, he essentially asked Xander for help in this, so
Mhm.
Gladius.
Mhm.
And I cannot for the life of me remember the name of that other group, but the underground group, the thief group,
Oh.
Oh,
who
I have
also
their
worked with
tokens, so I can
Gladius.
find it.
That is who else he asked. Because
Something night.
I don't know why,
It'll
but
come
I
to me later.
I feel like his daughter might have become friends with them at some point. I don't know why. I just get this feeling that for some reason that's like her friends who she hangs out with.
Yeah.
The creepy rogues underground. I just get this feeling.
Really, huh?
The Elder Knight was
Elder
the,
Knight, yeah. The one that like where everyone thought it was the same guy, but it like always was just like descendants and stuff or whatever, or retrained people.
Mhm.
Oh my gosh, that's amazing.
Yeah.
Yeah, the Elder Knight was what the head of the group was called. The group was just essentially, like his. He didn't actually have a specific name for them. I think he just more called them his group,
Yeah.
basically. Because the person that started it was fucking that John Ref motherfucker.
They're basically, yeah, they kind of remind me of the fucking Thieves Guild in Skyrim. They just kind of exist.
Yeah. They essentially
I love that.
became like they're Gladius, but they're attached more to the underground, so that they feed
I
information
love
that way.
that.
They're the anti-heroes.
Yeah.
They
Yeah,
may be the good guys.
Might be a reason
they-
Striker thought, hey, maybe these guys can help. Maybe they might know things.
Yeah. Alright,
Not that
so
they
I
guys
guess
we-
were,
we-
but
Would be the descendant of essentially at this point it would be I don't know which descendant it would be now. Because like when it was you
couple
guys, it was
hundred
the
years
descendant of
by this point. Yeah, it was the sun at that time. when we ended.
Yeah, it was the son of the Morbius leader and John Ref
Mm-hmm.
at that point.
I feel like it would have stayed in the family, like a family line thing. To be honest.
That's what I'm thinking too. So it's essentially it's a Ref,
Yeah.
which
Mhm.
more than likely
Male
might
or
have-
female, we'll find out.
Like John Ref, he was a Hexblade warlock, so I don't know if that power went along the line, or if it got diluted or whatever.
Probably at least
So I
some
know-
magic history there.
'Cause I know the leader Morbius, she was a wizard of interesting.
Yeah. She
I-
was.
One
I-
that could use a sword and such.
Yeah.
She was fun.
Aurora did not. I was not a fan of what she did, but that's not the point.
Didn't she yeet Aurora at one point, or was it Reggie that she yeeted?
She did do that to Aurora, but she also poisoned Reggie. Remember?
Oh.
Like right
Yeah.
after they got into their relationship.
Oh no. Mistake.
Yeah, she was an individual. Let's just put it that way.
Good. Anyway, so are we going now, or do we want? I don't think I want to wait a day. We should probably go.
And we can
Get as
go
much-
and rest there and start first thing in the morning, to be fair, versus leaving in the morning and getting up there later.
Yeah.
And
Which means
if we-
gathering the parents.
if we find information, are we gonna come back here and deal with it? Unless it's closer there, I don't know where he is. We don't know.
It all depends on what we find out. Which means talking to people, which means just give me the evening. I'll be fine in the morning.
Let's Amos. Cinder does. You think that's a good idea to collect information to what we can today in the airplane, and then base it on that? What we do?
He nods.
You have to remember it was like evening when they returned.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
They'd be getting probably. It's probably starting to like sunset by this point. Oh, I would say. Not quite night yet. But that's also a different part of the world, so.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
It's quite literally
Sawyer?
the other side. Huh?
Not Sawyer. Not Sawyer. Frickin' Spencer.
The other S1.
The other one.
Good news, we
Spencer,
found the Dragon Boy.
Hmm.
we're going tonight.
oh, I see you.
Alright. You don't see shit. Alright.
I see something.
I'm confused.
Good.
I don't know if anyone else sees it.
Oh,
I see something.
hello.
I'll go let
I might be blind.
I'll go let Ruby know if you guys want to gather who you're bringing then.
Mm-hmm.
Yep, we'll do that. We'll see you in a bit.
Alright, see you there.
Gonna wait for him to leave-ish.
Mm-hmm.
So I guess if there's any other questions you have for me.
Not really. At least on my part.
Are you alright to go?
I'll catch up on sleep eventually.
Not just that.
A little too much at stake for me
I
to be
guess
bogged
that-
down by my own problems.
Fair enough, and I'd offer you alcohol if I could.
I almost feel like you're teasing me. What about you, Amos? Any questions?
None.
I'm going to go get my things and my mother and see if I can't reach my father while I'm doing all of this and see if anything comes of that. It probably won't, but it's trying.
He's like,
You haven't happened to see Yadin around, have you?
I'm probably in his room. He was up here earlier, but I assume that's where he went.
Fair. May as well give them the heads up. I'm about to head off again.
mhm.
Well, I'm glad you're at least learning to let your parents know.
Speaking of parents, should I go? I'm gonna go get mother and I guess father. Looks at Zarvis.
That's not creepy sounding. Out of character.
I still gotta
Wait,
get
what?
used to that. Oh.
Oh God, right.
Right, Amos and Kreh had no idea.
Amos just turns and walks.
Um,
He's like, everything's fucked up at this point. I'm not surprised, but everything's fucked up. He's just gonna turn and walk away.
So it turns out, my dad might have slept with her mom.
That's a weird.
And I have a sister. It's kind of just emotions to her. Sisters, I think. But yeah.
This is where I walk away.
Yeah, I'm still processing it myself. Just found out today.
I can see that'd be quite the shock.
You know, hopefully things will calm down and we can actually figure out how to brother sister. It's
It makes you feel better. I can yell really loudly now.
I got fucking things for that, by the way.
Holy shit, you got her to show more emotion.
Hey, Kreh, I want to Kreh hears this. You're welcome.
That's fucked up.
Side glance of minor annoyance.
It's like, oh, one person within 60 feet, or everyone within 600.
I'm just gonna go get my stuff now. I feel like he has to make 2 stops because I feel like he left some stuff in Cam's room.
Probably.
He's gonna come down here while he waits for everybody to be ready to go. Because he has all these shit.
Ignis may have
Yeah.
sprinted down here at one point.
Kreh would just walk over here and just look off to the side for a bit. Because her stuff, she has a bag of holding, she has her shit on her.
Wasn't she gonna let Adnar know they're about to leave?
She was.
She can do that. She can walk down in time.
You right.
She has at least a minute up here.
You right.
That's fair.
Everything alright?
Define alright.
Do we need to stab someone, or do we just get to settle down and go back to sleep?
Seems we're heading to the Earth plane. And figure out where we go from there.
You want me to come with you, or you want me to stay here?
wouldn't mind having a chat along the way.
Alright. Can do that.
I have a parental figure to go inform. Oh, parental figures.
Right. I should probably meet them at some point.
What better time than now?
What? Hold on. What? Probably hesitantly follows at that point.
It's a case of
nothing about her parents, much less that they even were on the ship. Well, he knows a little bit, but not, like, about them current.
No.
Yeah, it's fine.
I'll imagine there's some walking distance, but there will be some knockage unless people have nothing else.
Well, these guys were in here.
Yeah.
I mean, unless there's anything specific, they'd probably just... Mama will give you a hug. Dad will probably stare at the boy.
Accurate.
With that...
It's fine. Here's the cleric mother, here's the demigod father, you've met the parents.
There's
Mostly
no
because you said
intimidation.
you said something about meeting the parents, therefore you're meeting the parents.
There's no intimidation there at all.
No.
There's none at all. Dad is not giving him the look of, like, if you hurt her, I will murder you myself.
I will come collect your soul physically.
I can do it.
I will rip it right out of your chest, boy. You better not fuck with me. I will do it
Just
in front of
a
everyone.
reassuring hand on shoulder here, and just her staring at the desk, going like, dude, you realize I run the risk of doing that to him.
Do you, though?
No, I mean the hurt thing.
Yeah, I know.
Just
Do you, though?
Just the look thing. Yeah.
Why am I not imagining Kreh's dad doing Kalima? Just taking soul.
Stun thumb Shavai.
Your
Kalima.
daddy's little angel. Your daddy's little angel. You could do no wrong.
I'm not trying hard enough then.
No, he knows that she
I
can
don't
do wrong, but that doesn't make her any less, you know, I must protect her daughter. Huh?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
He is
It's
aware that she
fine.
is not perfect. I mean, he doesn't.
Yeah.
He's not Cam's dad,
It's fine.
who probably is in denial about how his daughter acts.
To be fair, she didn't act like that around him and around the troop and everything like that. Things changed rather
No.
quickly.
Mom knew better though. Daddy, however, all it took was a couple of batted eyelashes. And, please, Daddy.
Father.
Yeah.
He's
Father.
excellent at winning Dad over.
Well, yeah. With that, she would just go back up to the deck meeting thing and apparently witness firebender training.
I assume you bring the mechanical doggo.
Yes. Only to figure out that if we get ladders or underwater shenanigans, I will have to find a place to park it.
Yeah. Hang out up by you. Yeah. You just gather the parents.
Yeah, good, you're all in one place. We gotta go. Probably, again, the cliff notes of, yes, there are many problems. Even on a time limit, we gotta go.
Oh, shit. We got crap to deal with. And she's probably, like, by the way, probably partially drunk because she gets up with the, woo, let's go.
All right, Ignis, I'll let you handle your mother.
Looks at you. Do you really want me
Don't
to?
look. I think you're the
Smirks.
best. I'm very, very
She's
concerned, but
not so drunk she can't comprehend things. She's just drunk happy.
She's tipsy.
Yeah,
She can kind of walk in a straight line.
Cam will do
Kind
a
of.
swing by of her room to grab her crap and then head upstairs, and as she's going, do the setting spell to try and see if she can reach her father at all.
Nah.
She tried. She figured she'd try. It'd been a hot minute.
Yeah. Oh, that's right. Hawkgirl was going with you guys to the airplane. I forgot.
Yeah.
I don't
Yes,
think
yes,
everybody knew that.
No, Cinder was going to tell people, and then everyone went everywhere, and she was like, "The fuck."
He can at least move his arm, kind of. He can lift it and stuff. He can't do a lot with it right now, but he can at least move it again.
You know?
It's fine. He's
Bringing your
not
own
going to
mini
kill him.
army with you, basically, is what's going on here.
Yeah. But look, we got to at this point. This is not a we do this on our own. No, no, no. We need help.
Hep. Hep, hep. At least to the Earth plane part.
Yeah.
Cinder's still hesitant to let Hawkio fight, especially his arm's not fully healed.
It's a
Yeah,
magic
you know.
caster. He does not do close range, anyways.
That's fine. You only need
He's
one
only,
arm.
he's only a squishy sorcerer. Not as squishy because dragon lineage, but squishy.
Yeah, you know.
And not as squishy for another reason. That'll probably be that's fine.
Yeah. Yeah.
Right.
All right, are we ready?
Mm, That's a good
Yeah.
question.
We remember the RSVP, right?
You know,
Slowly start moving pieces. Where's I get the board eventually?
I think Cinder would have also just let the brothers know that that they're going basically as well.
Yeah, fair. Although Terrence was in the room, so he would have been aware.
Yeah. That's because family, and they should know.
Fair.
The struggle is real right now, and where Cam wants to hold Zarvis's hand out of comfort motive, but then like knowing that there are parents sitting right there, and she does not want that right now.
Aww.
You know how tempted Ignis is to pick at that.
It's fine. I'm gonna move this out of the way. I believe I got all of the goddamn tokens off
See
the
no more.
board.
We'll find out when we hear a flip.
That's
You know?
fair.
I did find out too. Like I did that once with the tokens on there by accident.
Uh-huh.
And it took the tokens with it.
Oh dear.
I don't know if I had them highlighted, but it took them with it.
Put that over here for now.
I was like, huh.
I've never had a problem moving the board with tokens on it.
Well, I mean, putting it in the bag is what I meant. It took the bag, took it with them. The bag,
You
not
know?
the
Oh.
tokens.
Did it keep their positions on that?
No, because you can only pull one at a time.
Of course. That makes me sad.
Which, with all the hodgepodges, made that fun.
You know.
I just think I only put down like 5 hodgepodges when there's like millions.
Yeah.
You know, yeah.
So you get there, you know, Spencer's kind of waiting for you. There you go. That is a lot more people than I thought you were going to bring.
Yeah.
So yeah, I don't mind me. My player is just doing a random brain thing.
You had a witty comeback, and then it left you before you could say it.
Yep. I mean, I totally wasn't having out of character speaky thing at all. It was totally just an out of character statement, and that's all it was ever intended to be.
Mm-hmm.
You know,
And I made
parents-
myself slightly dizzy by moving my eyes back and forth too fast. Okay.
Okay, fine.
So sidetracked.
It's okay, squirrel.
Ignis goes, well, there's the parents, there's the... I'm not quite sure what that is between those two. Points between Aaron and... and Kreh.
Blink's confused.
And then there's Hakil.
Right, okay.
It's not a lot of people.
This way. Ruby just sighs and starts leading you to what they are.
Yeah.
Ignis is sassy, it's fine.
Hi. She basically takes you to a room that's pretty well under lockdown. There are guards around it and stuff. And when she takes you in there, it's a room that's a big circle, and it has the basically the teleporter for each main city. Has a different circle for it. And hers personally, this is just kind of a flavor touch. They're all designed like the behind them is kind of designed to show versus like a name put up. So like the earth plane is a bunch of rocks and stuff, like nice looking stone, and you see like the celestial planes, like a sunrise with like angels and stuff like that. You know, it's actually very decorative for like all the different planes.
Francis.
Yeah, but she does only have specifically the main cities for hers.
Yeah. Order.
The Elysium has like the wolves howling at the moon or something.
Moondogs.
Eee, they're moondogs.
Moondogs, best dogs.
Oh, hope this man. I didn't get a chance to measure this before, so we'll find out where this fucking lands and if it decides to go into anything.
Oh boy.
Oh, there it goes. It's not as big as I thought it was gonna be.
Da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da.
It also is flipped around, which bothers me. But we're not going to complain about that. We're just going to throw you guys. You basically end up in.
Road.
Yeah, it might take a while.
There it goes.
You guys are going to technically be in this building if you want to just throw your tokens around that area.
Yeah, yeet.
Jesus.
Oh,
Not
Right, that's a
literally
raised
throw them.
platform.
It's a very, very nice.
take the map.
Yeah, I had fun with this one.
I like it.
The boops. Oh Jesus! I didn't
Oh
lock
god,
it
I was
yet.
not mean.
I didn't lock it
I
yet.
was trying to click on my token.
Grab, yeah.
God, token.
There we
Hold
go.
up. I hadn't locked it yet. I'm sorry.
All good.
All right, it is locked.
I put the mother back on the thing.
Yeah. You're surprised because when you first enter, I imagine Cinder immediately gawks a little bit because it's a nice little serene garden that you guys are in. It's very relaxing. You hear like water running. It's not what you expect when you enter the Earth plane.
Yeah.
But you notice there's only one teleporter. You're not sure if they just have different locations for theirs, or if this is just a general one for them to teleport to. If they have like an outgoing and ingoing thing, what do they do? You know, you're not sure. You'd have to talk to the leader for that. God, I'm gonna have to like find a bunch of tokens that will be running around the city. But yeah, this is where you enter. Really, all that's in there is a couple of guards.
Cool.
Looks weird. So,
What's up? The doggies. Up with the doggies outside.
You don't go.
Sorry, dude.
It's fine. It didn't go super detailed, but I went a little detailed with them.
Yeah. It's good.
There are technically other layers, I just didn't make them. I was lazy. I didn't want to have to try to fit multiple maps on this.
Oh, fair.
so what you're saying is you didn't want to have to do like a multi-layered map with.
I could probably
3
do
unique
2, but technically there's 3, and I was like, I'm gonna do that. Without having a full switch thing, and then that just would be complicated, because it would resize the board for a single map.
One person, like, they were doing, like, using tabletop for this, and they made, like, a full fucking, like, mansion with pillars and all that in a second. I'm like, what the fuck? How? Why? No.
So, basically, Spencer will kind of give you a brief idea of where different people are. As far as like, okay, well, this person goes and patrols this area and deals with these people, and this person deals with these people, and kind of give you an idea of like where different citizens are from which planes, like which sections of the city have been broken off and to keep them in.
Yeah.
They do wander, others wander around. And usually that's when trouble starts.
Right.
But for the most part, they're kind of sectioned off into their own little areas.
Mhm.
So it really depends on... There is... I guess I should specify, because I need my list real quick here.
What? Notes?
Notes. There would be some places that there aren't people from.
Mm-hmm.
It's most of the planes, but Celestia is definitely one
Mm-hmm.
that nobody seems to have
Yeah.
shown up from. Feywild was one, I do remember that was mentioned. Scrolling. Oh god, I made this way too long. There it is. Obviously nothing from the Great Waste. There are a few people from, like, the elemental planes. Not very many. There's some from the airplane, but not very many. There's just like the fire planes, kind of just a couple people showed up from those places. Nothing from the water plane. Everybody's underwater, so they haven't really had to deal with anything.
Yeah. Water is difficult to invade.
Obviously nothing from Arcadia, because they hadn't been attacked, or the
Mhm.
material. And by the way, the Outlands and the Beastlands are 2 different places.
Okay.
And no one, as far as he is aware, from the Abyss. So pretty much everywhere else, there is somebody. Ethereal, nobody lives there. Just like the Grey Waste, nobody lives there. So don't worry about that either.
Mm-hmm. Etherealists for different places. Things.
I mean, there are people there, technically. Spirits.
Yeah.
Dead people. I kind of consider the ethereal plane limbo.
Yeah.
that
There,
would-
there
yeah.
are other denizens that
You
are
walk-
just weird.
You walk in and you become ethereal. Does that count?
Ew.
Can you turn yourself around?
I don't think they developed the hokey pokey yet.
But yes, whatever you guys are. Where would you like to start?
My vote is personally an N, because I'm still fucking exhausted.
I was about to say, I think rest is in order for
Fair.
some of us.
That is
Maybe.
all the way over here, which he would have basically given you instructions. He is essentially going to go back to work, which is why he just kind of told you, hey, this is all this way. and
Yeah.
stuff. But he will tell you that the, where he is staying is the guard barracks, which is that building.
Okay.
Okay.
Hmm.
The other question I have as a player is what time of, like, how late is this?
It's only the other side of the world. It's probably pretty dark all of a sudden when you walk
Okay.
outside. If you're still technically on the surface, you do notice that there's... When you walk out, he would have explained there is a way down to the other layers, and there is a way into the mountain is where you find the leader. Which the inside the mountain is that one. This is technically down. Which we could just set you guys off to the side for those.
Fair enough.
There's 3 more layers to the city. Technically.
Yeah, you know. Well, I guess I'll be in the inn if you need me.
Cam has a thought of somebody she would like to talk to on for multiple reasons.
I wonder who that could be. Oh dear, I don't ever know.
Uh-huh.
I don't know.
She's got a couple of reasons. One, he might know more about what's going on here because he's been running around. Second, she needs to have a proper conversation that Tipsy Cam is having
Yeah.
a hard time grappling with.
That's
She-
fair.
she's like,
I'm gonna just
Tell
kind of
me
but-
why.
put some random people around where they technically would be. I'm just gonna kind of boop them kind of up
Feel like-
here.
I feel like Cinder would have been walking toward the end and then may have stopped at the point.
I may. May have to shrink some of these tokens, because some of these are pretty big for some reason.
I think, like, as they start walking, Cam would mention this to Zarvis just simply because, number one, this might be a conversation she has to go have by herself, and yeah, he mentioned that not being he doesn't like that. He doesn't like her going off by herself.
You know.
Amos will volunteer to go with. Mostly also to just say, hi, Calidor, I exist.
You know, that's fair. These guys
I'll go
technically,
Calidor a little bit, it's fine.
technically all be here. Whoop. You remember them?
Yeah, here,
She
here.
should also be saying this in, like, Celestial, number one, because, like, she's, like, not necessarily wanting a whole lot of people to know what she's thinking of doing, just simply because it's like, people gotta rest. She can
That's-
handle this conversation.
That's fair, I guess.
You know, I still speak
There are some-
Celestial,
That
and
is
I've not had the
true.
chance to go away yet.
There are some people, and her mother included, likely.
Yeah.
So it is not unlikely that quite a few people are aware of what she's saying to him because while she's trying to be quiet.
You know, that's fair. That's very, very fair.
The question is, does anyone tell Ignis? Oh, she'll go off her own. I'm sure that'll go well.
You
Oh, I'm
know,
sure.
unfortunately, Kreh may know she does not have reason to comment.
Well,
You know,
slowly,
that's fair.
Slowly
This
put
point,
everybody around.
that at this point, she's at the you do you, fam. Don't do a stupid.
Mhm.
Which is why she's saying something to Zervis, because she's like, this seems like it could potentially get stupid if I'm not careful.
Yeah, you know.
You know,
That's-
whenever Cam starts speaking in Celestial to avoid anyone else, that's always a bad sign. I'm gonna insight this.
That's fair.
I'll roll a deception, I guess?
Oh, good luck with that, friend.
Oh dear.
I know. Where are my dice?
Insight is one of Ignis's strong suits in comparison to
Yeah.
Cinder.
Outside.
You've been known to do the dumb, and she knows you do the dumb.
So that is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. That's a 25.
Cool! That's a 17 on a die plus 9, so 26.
Oh, you suck. She's nervous about whatever she's talking about.
Uh-huh.
You know, that's fair.
She's gonna,
Especially who
stand
she's
across-
saying it to.
Yeah,
Considering.
she's gonna... Imagine she's behind Cam,
Mhm.
and like technically in front of Zarvis, and just arms crossed staring at Cam with that look of like,
He probably goes to respond and then just sees this like.
like she knows something's up.
You know.
She just doesn't know what.
I might be purposely placing tokens around, so you guys can
Cool.
kind of see who's around. There's quite a few familiar faces and some not so
I
familiar.
was about to say we might be running into some trouble.
Beady bunny person.
Oh God, no.
I'm also doing it specifically for possible reason of you can kind of see who made it in certain groups and who didn't.
Oh jeez.
He probably
Oh hey,
didn't
that one priesty dude lived. Sweet.
at the bar.
You know.
Yeah,
There's,
it's
not,
fine.
there's one missing.
There's
There's-
technically quite a few missing because there's only 3 Silver
Yeah.
Robe children there.
Yeah.
And
This-
Nicholas and the bunny made it.
You know,
And technically one other of their family.
it's fine.
Everything's A-okay.
So yeah, I
Uh-huh,
think
everything's
Garnet's probably gonna go look around just cause curious. In all honesty,
Mm-hmm.
so she's probably just gonna
Yeah.
be wandering the roads, looking at all the
I feel
different
like-
places.
I feel like Cinder may have dragged Hawkhill to the moon dogs.
Yeah.
yeah. Yeah. Kreh would
Caleb-
most likely head straight to the inn.
Caleb probably went to
Unless
check out the
something stops her along the way.
barracks. Ilio most likely would have also went towards the inn at least.
Mhm.
Sweet. All right. To the inn.
Aaron probably went to the inn because he's also exhausted, and that's where Kreh went.
Yeah.
Listen.
To be fair, the best that Spencer could do is say, well, he stays at the end, but he also does this section when he's out on patrol, so good luck finding him. If you're looking for your friend.
Cam knows how to get a hold of him, at least, and go like, I might be in town. It's the Is this a good idea?
So what you're saying is, being about to be in this inn, the first thing I shouldn't say to alone. Hey, hi, Cam wanted to talk to you.
Yeah, you know, it's fine. There's also
They're
another person that ended
walk-
up there from another place.
I thought I saw her.
Well, she never said she couldn't leave the Shadowfell, to be fair.
Yeah.
She just had been there looking for signs of her parents.
And there's also another friend.
Uh-huh.
Friends.
I know a friend.
There's
A
a lot-
friend in quotations.
There's a lot of friends.
Oh, friend. Hey, buddy.
I was... See, Jay was meaning this friend.
Oh yeah, one of the bounty hunters is here.
Oh no.
Well, one of the poachers' peoples.
Yeah.
Only one of them.
Might
though.
not have actually been poachers. That we know
Wolf
of.
has not left.
I mean, they were
Um,
trying to capture a moondog.
They also
That
lose
was the
control.
fake ones
It
replaced.
was the fake ones, yeah.
Yeah.
They were
Oh,
in
yeah.
a cell.
Right.
Kitsune's, they can use everything.
So... something wrong, I guess? Right, I think we should go now. Right, Cam?
Yeah.
You are very bad at hiding things. Just putting it out.
Yeah, she is.
All right, you don't count.
You know,
Or for me.
yeah, he'd probably. He's not gonna stop you if you want to go alone,
Yeah.
because he understands. He had to have that talk with Kreh, to be fair. So.
Yeah. There are multiple conversations that need to be had, including a closure of a drunk conversation I may have had. It's fine.
Yeah, you know. It's fine. Right, I gotta put out one more token.
Well,
But I also need to resize it a little bit.
I'm concerned.
Just gonna put it. Where am I gonna put it?
Mouse.
Where am I gonna put it?
I'm just
Right in
waiting.
front of that wall.
Put it right there. Just sitting there.
Oh, good.
Oh no. Oh no. What is that? Oh no, that's not good.
I have no idea who that is.
Maybe a little smaller because she's probably no older. Not probably about Mason's age. She's pretty tiny. She's pretty
I-
young.
I'm using sending and I'm casting a couch over Brian. Let him know that I'm in town if we have a second.
Yeah.
Out of character,
Actually, she probably would be.
I have to
right
point out something to Aspire.
I-
Yeah.
She don't know that.
That's fine. Don't worry
Have fun
about
with that
I-
when that comes up.
There are several things that I'm going to have to deal with. It's fine. That's a problem for future me.
That's coming up very quickly.
I know.
Yep.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, you guys said he'll say he's at the end.
That's when Cam just goes, crap.
Um,
Oh, hi, Future Cam.
yeah. I will point this out to Kreh. You do see somebody out front that you recognize. The other two wouldn't.
Oh.
This one. You don't remember him?
The
That's the one who took over, replaced Zarvis.
Yeah.
yeah, if I remember right, she she specifically remembered to spare him after her brother kicked him in his face hole.
No.
Oh wait,
Amos
no, that was
strangled
one
him.
replacing Nicholas.
He helped save your brother.
Yeah.
Right.
This is the one Amos strangled until he gave information.
Yeah.
Might have come here to hide.
Fair.
Because this is where people were going, so.
Yeah. Does he look Cresway at all?
Probably kind of gives like a nervous smile wave.
She will nod to acknowledge him, and I'd be otherwise non-threatening in his general direction.
Okay.
She has no intention of shooting him in his face.
Good.
Yeah.
Okay. He's looks like he relaxes a little bit.
He is not currently trying to kill me. He has a pass in my book for now.
There.
He's kind of just sitting by himself. He doesn't look like he's trying to like spy on people or anything. He's just sitting there by the water by himself.
Calming.
Yeah.
Calming.
I will debate if I do a thing.
Oh dear.
It's fine.
Mom is probably gonna immediately go over to wherever Keldor is and do huddles and smack him and be like, "What the fuck were you doing?"
Why don't you just come back to us? Where the hell have you been?
Idiot. You get a sending cam of, you didn't tell me your mom was here.
I didn't realize you were at the inn, otherwise I would have warned you.
You could have worked. Just hear him go, ow, because he probably got hit because she knows that spell well.
Just I have to go rather quickly. My mother has found him.
Oh. I'll actually join you guys over here. It doesn't look that big on the surface. I mean, it doesn't take long to travel through the city.
Oh.
It's bigger underground. This is kind of just the general stop-in place,
Yeah.
supplies, and leave. So you guys technically would see her. But we'll skip to the end part for now, because I'm curious how this is gonna go. I'm very curious on
Gonna
this
worry about
conversation.
that in the morning.
I'm imagining that there's like a table or something here.
Yeah. I mean, you could just assume they're either sitting down by themselves or whatever, or go to bed.
Yeah.
They're not charging people right now. If there's room, they give you a room. There's not really... You have the option to share rooms, basically, for your group. They can do probably like a communal thing for the girls and boys. That's about all they can do for you. The inn is specifically reserved for certain people, and they were already told about you.
Yeah.
Mhm.
But they still leave room for, like, if other important people show up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Essentially, the ones helping with defending the city and things like that get priority.
Fair. That's very fair.
But yeah, Cam, you walk in and your mom is just kind of giving Keldor a hard time at the moment.
Just gonna
Teasing him and stuff.
dip that.
Try to grab through you, apparently.
Apparently. Looks over. Mother.
Yes, dear.
Just stop it.
Oh, he knows I'm just teasing him. probably like sunk down in his chair with arms crossed or something at this point.
He's doing important things these days, man.
Mr. Big Shot. Still needs to come home. I'll go get a drink. Leave you two alone. Pat you on the head.
Is Ignis still hanging around?
Yeah.
Keldra, you want to take a walk?
You know, when a woman asks me to take a walk, that's usually not a good thing, but sure, we can do that.
Probably not. Probably not.
Yeah.
Just stay here, Ignis.
Oh, you're no fun.
Yeah, you guys would have seen the Kitsune too, by the way.
Yeah. You know what? You two have your chat. I'll go talk to our friend outside.
Oh, be nice to him. He's been pretty helpful.
Oh, I know. I've met him before.
So he's mentioned, what'd you guys do to him?
What I've heard, very not nice things, but he was also pretending to be our friend at the time. So
Well, whatever you did, you traumatized him more than the bird did, so that's kind of saying a lot.
talk to the big guy.
And I may have taken a bit more. I wasn't fully separated, but I may have, there may have been a threat to destroy water in a certain section of the body.
I just picture the immediate, like, crossing leg. Don't piss you off. You know what? You can explain that, by the way, on the walk, because
Yeah, that was a thing while we were in.
Because I think at first he probably thought Cinder, but then realized that's not Cinder, is it? She's not nice anymore. What happened?
What did you do? Why'd you break her?
Probably gonna walk off somewhere like away from the inn, but like far enough to where like there's not a whole lot of people, but like still in distance, I guess.
I mean, there's people wandering around. No one's really paying attention to you.
So to start with the Ignis thing, Cinder and Ignis decided to split. They're two separate people now. So Cinder's still with us. She's currently with the Moondogs and Amos and Zarvis. Ignis is her sassy side, I guess is a good way of putting it.
Okay, this hurt my head when you explained it when they were together.
Trust me, it still hurts mine to explain it.
Right.
I don't know how it happened. We have a friend that was able to do it. That's all I have.
Alright. So what did you want to talk to me about?
Well, first off, how are you?
Yeah, I'm doing pretty good.
Heard you've been busy.
It's kind of hard keeping people in their sections. It's like a weird... It almost feels like corralling animals some days.
Well, I'm sure you're quite capable of convincing people to behave.
Sometimes. There's other times where I have to avoid getting punched, but yes.
I'm afraid of what you said to have that happen.
No, that's usually me trying to split up an already started fight.
Lovely.
And I'm not very strong to get in the middle. I've made that mistake once.
Yeah.
I kind of leave that up to the ones in the barracks now.
Yes, Spencer has told us he's been also quite busy breaking things up.
A lot of blame going around. When certain places got attacked, they started blaming others.
Of course, there has to be someone at fault, and unfortunately, no one else knows the entire story yet.
Well, I'm sure they're aware of the story. That doesn't mean that people from Elysium don't necessarily have a small grudge against the people from Fireplane.
Fair enough.
As an example.
Yeah, that's fair. I wanted to apologize for the other night.
You know, most people don't drunk spell to their friends and or sexual partners.
Most people are not me. I was having a rough go of it, and did not mean to get you caught up in it.
How's the boy treating you?
A lot better after some things got figured out.
So that means you two did the dirty already?
Actually.
He's not gay, is he?
Very sure he's not.
I'm sorry. He's be like,
No,
wait a
yeah.
minute. He hasn't tried this.
Yeah.
Hold up.
It's Gunner.
Yeah. No, he's not. He's protected me in Arcadia and kept me from your family, which was quite kind.
That was nice of him. They're a lovely bunch of people, aren't they?
Ha! You may have wanted to mention the tendency they had of just stealing people off the street.
That I was not necessarily aware of.
Yeah, that happened. So one of the reasons I was in such a bad place is one of our friends had gotten caught. Kreh had been taken by your brother.
I also haven't seen most of my family since they were this big, and he kind of only halfway up. Like they're pretty young.
No, most of them have turned out to be quite pieces of work. I think the only one that is currently safe is youngest.
Well, hopefully he decides to leave and not stay in that environment much longer.
Hopefully so. Well, he did have a mentor. That's a whole other story in of itself. I'll have to tell you another time because that leads into a whole other issue that we might have to deal with later.
Oh, good.
It's just one thing after another these days.
Well, if you need anything, you know you can always come to me.
I know. You know, part of me almost left with you that day. You know that, right?
Yeah, part of me almost wanted to convince you to go, but I had a feeling you didn't want to.
Something kept me. And I would apologize, but it might have turned out better that I stayed.
Hmm. Oh, if it makes you feel any better, I've been trying to hit on a tiefling who's been rejecting me.
Hell, I just... I wish you luck in that endeavor. What tiefling could possibly...
She says she's been living in the Shadowfell for a while.
Huh. You don't say. Good luck with that one. I don't know if it's the same one, but I did happen to meet a tiefling from the Shadowfell. She, didn't trust easy.
She refuses to give me her name. She thinks I'll try to track her down if she leaves.
Cam just kind of tilts her head, giving like a slight chuckle. Wouldn't you if you were really truly interested?
I guess I like the chase a little bit.
No kidding. Couldn't tell.
Well, now you're the one doing the chasing, huh?
I'm not sure. In a way.
Thought you said it was going well.
It is. Just a lot going on, and there's always fear in the back of one's mind. You know that.
Mm. So. Hi, Drina. Thank you for the raid. Drana? How do you actually pronounce that? I'm curious. Is it Drana or Drana? How do you spell it? How do you pronounce it? You're gonna have to specify this to me. Person.
Yay!
It's a B!
A
Drana.
Drana.
Okay. Okay. Well, hi.
Oh, we know.
Thanks, Drana.
Knowing is half the battle. G.I. Joe.
What the fuck?
I have no
Jesus
idea.
Christ, Drag.
What the fuck? Just silence and all of a sudden that.
Thank you. And this break has been brought to you by water.
Not sponsored, but by Monster. Because we love it. And
Monster, sponsor us.
Monster sponsor us.
gonna
I know we're
die.
not popular yet, but you can make we'll someday, and you can sponsor us, right, Monster?
You can help us with that monster.
Oh, no.
Brought to you by Monster Energy Drinks. Not sponsored. We need to pull it. I need to make.
Wish.
I wish I could do animations where that would pop up and do like this
Oh
whole
my god.
Like
That's
not sponsored by Monster. Yet.
Yet, wink, wink.
Do you remember when I might have had a slight night terror way back?
Mm-hmm. You avoided me quite a bit.
Yeah. Because you were in it.
Is that a good or a bad thing?
Considering I was chained up in a cage, you tell me.
I mean, I could make light of it and say that sounds kind of kinky, but I think I'm getting the feeling that it was not that.
You left me there.
Yeah. That's the opposite of what I would do in that situation. Just so you know.
Trust me, it took me a minute to remind myself that it was not real. I'm just always waiting for the other shoe to drop.
Well, if I ever do turn out like that and sound a bit like my family, feel free to punch me until I snap out of it.
I can promise that. I won't promise there won't be people probably trying to kill you for it.
Fair? Scary fire lady?
That would be one of them.
Right. Boyfriend. How does it feel to actually be in a relationship?
We haven't even. We're still dancing around that at the moment. He has other complications.
Okay, this is probably the closest thing you've had to one. So,
Yeah. Fair enough.
you have made a commitment. There we go. That's the wording I'm looking for. How does it feel to be in a commitment? Because I haven't figured that out yet.
Yet you were willing to settle down with me. Or were you really willing to settle down with me?
Eventually.
After how many trysts?
Well, first I had to string you along a little bit so that way you would not want to sleep with anyone. I have to make sure you only liked me. But it didn't work.
We were both a little bit too close-guarded for that, I think.
Probably. But you know, if he ever hurt you and you wanna hook up anytime, you know, you can call me, right?
Oh, you're the first petty call that I'm making.
I'll take it. I can accept this.
Don't expect it, however.
Fuck. Well, if there's nothing else, I'm going to attempt to, well, you know, there's 3 other women who won't even look at me. I'm not having much luck in this place. I don't like this city.
Might be for the best you not focus on that for a while. Trust me when I say things are a little bit unnerving.
Fine.
Just be careful. Believe it or not, I still care a great deal about you.
Yes, mother.
Wow. Wow.
Well, I think I'm gonna go and just deal with your mother now before she decides to follow me around the city tomorrow.
I wish you good luck. She'll give him a kiss on the cheek before he leaves.
Yeah, he'll probably give you like a hug if you'll let him, and then head off.
Yeah.
Go in here. Probably attempted to flirt with the tiefling, was immediately rejected, and went and sat down with her mom.
Yeah, you know.
Anyways, what's the group over here doing with the doggos, besides probably petting and playing? But you do recognize these two guards that are out front. They were, one of them was in Elysium, the other one was, in Silvergrove.
Mm-hmm. I feel like Cinder would wave at both of them, like basically like smile and glad they're okay.
Yeah, this one probably gives you kind of a nod, and then the one probably waves because he actually kind of talked to you guys a little bit.
Mm-hmm. And then she might get very easily distracted because animals.
That's fair.
Kind of like Kindling would just be up on this roof, like looking down at the dogs.
Probably just wandering around, playing, doing whatever they're doing.
Mm-hmm.
Is anything happening over here while you guys are here?
Not really. More just stop to see him and stuff like that.
Okay.
He'd eventually head off towards the inn.
You guys can make perception checks real quick.
Fuck. As I was grabbing the
What?
Okay, you know what? Here we go.
Good luck.
That's accurate. That's accurate as fuck right about now for what I just got. That is,
You know what?
That is.
Well,
Mind you, her perception's a 9.
yeah, Hawkill's not paying any attention either.
That was a nat 1 plus 9.
If the game wants to register, I'm hitting the button to type something.
That's accurate, since, you know.
Jesus.
Hey, there you go, Amos.
Aminals.
Is it 17 on the die?
Eh, technically, Zaris would probably glance over too, and you notice this. There's a little girl sitting here, and she's kind of watching you guys as you play with the dogs. Just sitting by herself.
Does Amos notice anything strange about her, or is
She's
anything
got
out
a
of the
very
ordinary?
interesting look, but other than that, she's just kind of just sitting there. It seems like she's trying to avoid the roads, like people, for whatever reason, which is why she's sitting against the wall and statue there.
Amos will give a small wave.
And she'll probably pull her knees in and kind of look away.
Wait a second.
She'll pull her knees in and look away.
Oh no, it's the Nubby. The Nubby position. I feel like Kindling would see Nubby moving and just kind of like hop to the statue.
That's fair.
Probably not paying attention to the kid, but like stalking Nubby.
The wobbling rhino.
Yeah.
Waddle, waddle, waddle.
I hate that the tokens hit at the same time. That was a weird noise.
I'm just, you know, the cats when they're stalking something and they're like high up and they're like low down. That's Kindling right now, staring at Nubby.
Nubby's just sits when he gets that close.
Pulls out just a piece of bread from her bag and takes off a small piece and kind of holds it out.
Nobody will accept the bread, even though familiars don't have to eat.
True.
He is being kind, gentle, baby, right now.
It's got very, very pretty eyes. I like a weird rainbow color. Almost. It's weird. Like, I was looking at the pictures, they're like a purplish yellow. They kind of also turn blue a little bit there. It's like a weird hazel color. It's really pretty.
It's like that picture you, as far as the color combination you always see when they're showing like galaxies or something.
Oh no.
Oh no.
Oh, it looks up
Oh,
again,
no.
like. Oh!
Nobody does a roll.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I don't feel like Kindling has enough pressure to even nudge Nubbling.
Nubbling.
Nubbling. I will create now 2 baby rhinos, and they'll be half the size of regular Nubby. They'll be nubblings.
Oh no.
And so, like, on top of it, like,
He just kind of stumbles. It's like, huh? Huh?
Here, I'll have another small piece and
numbing on
offer
her,
it to
on
Kindling. Food. I don't know if her dragon thing, whatever, would have that, but you know, she's still gonna offer it because it's all she has.
he'll sniff it
just
and then
gonna-
probably take it.
Yeah, I'm just going to look through Nubby's eyes.
Okay. Are you looking for anything specific when you do?
That's what I'm trying to figure out how to word this.
Oh, I feel
'Cause
like tabletop is saving much sooner than it usually does. Why
Yeah,
is it doing that?
I noticed that.
Is it
Um,
did it reset back to the 5-minute thing or something? I don't remember where I
Oh,
found
God.
that shit configuration, I think.
But, I guess because of the way he noticed that is when he waved, she tucked her knees in and turned away.
Mm-hmm.
Just want to check to see. I guess it's just she's okay. I don't know how to expand on that because
Looking like for like physical harm
not.
or any harm in general will ever be
Yeah,
not noticeable.
yeah. Like she seems scared. As far as the way to him, she seems scared the way she turned away. As far as like that. I don't know.
Make
That's
an
the only thing I'm
insight.
thinking. Okay.
Make an insight. Oh, through Nubby's eyes there.
Okay. Well, that's another 22.
She's not scared, but she seems sad. Probably a little unsure. Or I guess reluctant of strangers kind of feeling more than scared.
Mm-hmm. It's almost too stupid.
Hmm?
The one who would yell at me for doing the stupid is not currently at her computer because she went to get water.
Good. Good. Now's your chance.
I know, that's what I'm thinking, actually. I'll be right back.
Yeah.
He would start to. This direction, stop right there for them. Well, there he would stop. He is still he is small Amos at the moment. Still, he has not grown.
She's still gonna kind of curl up a bit more and just kind of push herself back as you approach.
Mm-hmm.
I would turn back and just sure happily.
I feel like Zarvis has been watching this because he rolled a high enough perception too.
Yeah.
Yeah, I feel like Amos said, "Oh, I'll be right back," and Cinder's like, "Okay," and she's still petting the like one of them.
Fair.
That now
He's
one.
just-
No.
You know, he just kneels down. He'll stop here, kneel down. You're right.
A nod.
My name's Amos. What's your name?
I don't remember.
Do you have family around here?
No. I just follow people here.
Where did you come from? Out of character, I swear to God, if anybody completes that lyric.
Where did you go?
Because as soon as I said it, my brain immediately kicked into the song. I was like, no, no, no.
Mm. Da, da, da. Um,
So I took the chance while you were gone, Aspire, to go do the thing. I did the stupid.
You mean walk up to the girl?
Yep.
Weird question, because of where Cam has been still standing while she's...
You probably still are having the conversation with Keldor at the moment, but you technically will end up seeing this if they stay there long enough.
Okay.
At this point, he just sits down.
She's trying to, like, think of where she woke up at, basically. She's like, kind of giving this confused look, trying to figure it out.
Mm-hmm.
I think the person I asked said it was called Arcadia?
Do you remember anything before that?
Mm-mm. They told me to come here so I could try to find my family, if I have any.
This would definitely be one of the places to look. Big gathering of people from many different areas. So Nubby just kind of edges forward with, oh god, with kindling on his back. Oh, right. That's Nubby, and the creature on his back is kindling. Kindling belongs to my friend Cinder.
The animals are nice here.
Hmm?
The animals are nice here. She kind of looks back at the dogs.
Yeah, they are. I actually saved one of them from, well, we, group I'm part of, we, saved Moondog from some poachers a while back. They're trying to capture him.
What's a poacher?
People who capture animals for no purpose other than bad reasons.
Well, that's not nice.
I would like to insight check her.
You can?
Just to see as far as, after sitting here talking with her, just to see if she is just, I hate to say it this way, but like playing dumb, but you know what I mean, like just read as far as, is she actually on the up and up type, like is she actually, is there anything else going on here? 18 on the die, so 23.
Seems to be telling the truth.
Alright. Brain work, please.
I'd probably say by this point, Cam, you have done talking to Killjoy. I don't know if you turn around to look, to be fair.
Yeah, she
You'd probably still have to make a perception to see them over here.
Yeah, she'd probably take a second to herself and then try and re-get her bearings on where she's at and trying to figure out, does she go to look for Zarvis or does she go back inside kind of situation. So I can do the perception check to see if she notices.
Yeah, fair. I have a child coughing.
No, no coffee.
Coughing child.
As long as
He's been
child does
having-
not begin wheezing, then we are fine. There's no evolution.
No, he's been having some congestion issues with the allergies and stuff lately.
Oof.
Yeah. That
Fun.
is 21.
I think you probably spot at least Amos. I don't know if you see her behind the statue, but you probably see Amos. Sitting there.
Yeah, she'll go over the area because she just sees him sitting there, and she's like, "What you doing over there?"
Back through the earring. Make a friend.
Please tell me this friend is too small for me to see past the statue, and you're not going crazy.
Young girl around Mason's age.
Huh. Just gotta start walking that way.
I do have to apologize for the loud one that may be walking over here soon.
Loud one.
There's a lot of loud people here.
I believe that. Unfortunately, larger cities do have quite a few of them.
They don't bother me if I hide over here.
I'm sure her name from chat.
Baby, should go to the bedroom. Warmer in there. Okay, he just fell back to sleep. Okay.
Oh.
Um,
Oh, buddy.
wanted to sleep by me tonight, so
Oh, man.
most likely he'll follow me to the bedroom when I go to bed.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, Kev's going to cautiously approach, just kind of get a look at what's going on here.
You're a smarter ramen. Your token's so big. Probably kind of glances at you.
Karen gives a smile and a little bit of a wave with a little bit of like minor illusion magic running through her fingers. She can see it's a small child, so she's just kind of like trying to be as friendly looking as possible.
And she looks 11, 12. She didn't look that old.
Who's your friend here, Amos?
How do I answer this? How is he gonna answer that? Because neither him nor the girl know.
Exactly.
We're not quite sure yet.
Looks confused?
She woke up in Arcadia. And was told to come here to see if she could find family if she had any.
Just woke up in Arcadia.
Mm-hmm.
No memories of anything before that.
No. Sorry about the coughing, guys.
It's fine.
Alright.
Maybe it's just stuffy in here. I'll open up the window or something.
I know what that's like. That must be very scary to just wake up and not remember how you got there.
And you forget everything too.
Not everything, but she kind of taps the side of her head. I have some memory problems. I don't have all of the pieces together. I remembered my name and my family, but I did not remember large chunks of my childhood or how I ended up where I was. So I understand it's quite terrifying to not know who you are. See if she's got anything that might
Yeah, baby? Can you go to the bed? Come back for the blanket. You don't have to take all the pillows and blanket in one go.
One trip is not. One
He's
trip
already
is what
learned.
needs to be done.
He's already learned the man thing of must take everything in armfuls.
Hey. Don't judge me. I usually have like 4 bags hanging on an arm. It's fine.
Gently approach a little bit closer. Can I? This is a weird question to ask, but like, can I tell kind of like what she is? Is she like straight up human, or is there something else about her that's a little other than her eyes and stuff like that? But like, can I figure out that she may not be fully human or something?
You can try.
I would love to
She
try.
looks human.
Yeah.
Very unique looking, but looks human.
Maybe not that. I don't know. She's just trying to figure out best way to like help her, but if she can't even help like her own memory, she's having a hard time figuring out like what how to help a small child that doesn't remember. And waking up in Arcadia and everything like that. She just Cam is very concerned.
It's fine. Everything's always fine. Nothing's ever wrong in this world of mine.
Uh-huh. I think we just went over everything that is actually wrong in this world right now.
Is it though? I mean, I don't see anything wrong. I don't know what you're talking about.
Well, I suppose I should at least give you my name, that way you know how to say thanks to me, or ask for me. My name is Kamaria, you can call me Cam.
It's nice to meet you.
My parents named me well.
I don't know my name.
Sorry, what was that?
I don't know my name.
Don't even mention that. Did you, have anything with you when you woke up?
No. My head kind of hurts.
Your head kind of hurts?
Mm-hmm.
Like a pressure, or like something hit you?
I think like something hit me.
Uh, How long ago did you arrive here?
I got here a couple hours ago.
A couple hours ago. When did you wake up in Arcadia?
Oh god, I gotta like figure out distance and stuff. God
Try-
damn.
Sorry,
Mathematics.
trying to timeline it. Sorry.
That's why we're here trying to make Fox do math.
I'm sorry.
Math!
A few days ago, but some people helped me get here after I met them.
Do you remember what these people looked like?
Found them when I was wandering around.
Alright. She's kind of looking at Amos for like any other direction because she's more concerned about this kid not having any memories and trying to figure out like what might have happened. And the fact that she woke up in Arcadia is even more concerning to her.
Well, she didn't wake up in the city, or she'd probably still be there.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm
You probably noticed Zarvis has been staring at the situation this entire time by now, Cinder.
You know
Kreh
what?
looks at Zarvis, looks over.
Oh no.
I'm going to attempt something just to see if something happens.
Okay.
I'm going to cast Detect Magic.
Okay.
I don't expect anything to show up. He's just curious.
How do I describe this? I'm trying to figure out how to describe this. This is gonna be an interesting description. You
Oh
don't
dear.
you don't detect anything on her. But it's weird because you do detect magic, but within her.
Hmm.
I would have to look up things if you don't know what school it is. assuming you do.
Uh,
I'm assuming you want to know what school it is.
player does. I can wait until after.
Okay.
I'm just sitting here thinking, I'm like, what the hell?
Well, it might be important to know what school it is now.
It might be.
Abjuration.
Oh, that's not good.
On the contrary, that's protective magic.
Interesting.
Hmm. Well, that's curious.
Well, it is.
Seems our friend here has some protective magic within her.
Tilt said.
Well, that means someone's looking after you.
Why do I feel like Cinder is slowly afresh? She is! Oh god, I zoomed out!
She's been like, just like, she's been trying to be like, you know, because she can tell that this is a nervous situation.
Mm-hmm. She is a nervous being herself. She understands this of like,
Wait a minute.
I feel like she's gonna like, kind of more like, go behind Amos a little bit and kind of like looking, technically over his shoulder because she is a little bit taller than him.
Oh, Amos is sitting.
Yeah.
Oh, he's sitting.
Yeah, he's sitting down.
Well, she probably would kind of crouch down behind him a bit, like, what's going on?
Something's protecting me?
It seems that way.
Hmm. Sounds like a good drink there, Drag.
Oh, shit, sorry.
It's been so quiet that I was trying so hard not to laugh.
These things happen.
Yeah, I didn't mute it or unmute it. I'm sorry about that.
Fair.
It was quite tasty.
Hmm?
He's just gonna pop a squat next to you, like cross-legged, just like, boop.
Did you ever roll the thingy, by the way, Aspire? I don't know if I ever got the number for that. I was trying to figure out if she was just human.
Oh no, I never rolled that. What should I roll for that?
I feel like that might... What would that be? An insight? What would that be?
Insight.
I feel like that would be an insight.
Yeah,
It would
aside
be.
from like a finding out like a humanoid.
Alright.
My reasoning for it being insight would be if she's trying to conceal race or anything like that, it helps identify race, essentially.
Yeah.
We're gonna use this one.
That just makes sense because it's not like you're. Because a lot of like races are. They look similar, unless you know what you're looking for.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I don't think with a 16 I noticed anything other than her human features.
Yeah.
That's rough, buddy.
Yeah. I rolled an 8.
You
it
feel
didn't
like
work
there
out.
might be something else there, but for the whatever is probably most human. Just based on her, like, hair and eye color.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Because, I mean, Cam, for the most part, looks human too. The only difference that she has is the horn that she hides. Like,
Yeah.
there
And
are
so does
aspects
Cinder.
of things. Yeah.
Hmm. I'm Cinder. That's kindling. Points to the little fire dragon.
Zarva's still around the corner.
Let's not
Guessing he's watching.
That's what I noticed. I got distracted by the animals.
Head pats Cinder and kind of walks over there to tell Zarvis what's going on.
Oh no. Oh no. Is he about to be coaxed into, hey, you want to adopt?
No. Just
dear.
the explaining that she doesn't remember who she is, where she came from, or anything of that. Just knows she woke up in the land of Arcadia and came here and has abjuration magic within her.
I feel like his immediate guess would be maybe something had happened to her family and they tried to protect her.
Yeah.
I feel like that would be his assumption after what they dealt with, I'll be honest with you.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a fair assumption.
That's why I'll tell her that that's a possibility.
Each.
Also not necessarily wanting to crowd the poor girl, so she definitely left the area just to kind of
Fair.
Yeah,
keep an eye on things, but also not crowd her because she's like, we don't know what that protection magic does. What if this child gets freaked out by something? Like, what would it react or like?
Sure, it's
Cinder probably asked the name, but get the same response. I don't know.
yeah.
Maybe a temporary name until you remember yours.
What would that be?
Should look at her. What would she even say? What something was typed. In my head. Yeah,
in my head, man.
That's what Cinder would do. I mean, she's like. I think she would see the rainbow eyes and think the black opals and stuff like that. That gem. Opal.
She kind of gives us Amos this look of, what do you think?
Do what?
She kind of looks at Amos with this, what do you think look to that name.
I'll be honest, I did not hear the name.
Opal, because black opals, and the eyes, and the rainbow.
That's certain to me.
Okay.
Out of character, I'm worried when we find out her real name.
Don't worry
I'm
about
worried
it.
about a
Yeah,
lot
that's
of
fine.
other things. I'm worried about a lot of
Should
other
put that in
things.
quotes. Opal.
Because I have some
This
other
is-
thoughts, but I'm worried.
This is
Out
what
of
Cinder
character, I'm
does.
getting
She tries
snowflake.
to make friends.
Out of character,
Are
I'm getting
you also
snowflake vibes.
Same!
Because my first instinct when the magic inside, I kept thinking about the magic generator that was inside Snowflake.
Well, damn, that would have been a good idea, but no.
That would have been terrifying.
This is worse. I'm kidding! I'm kidding!
You know?
Are you sure you're kidding? Are you sure
No,
you're
I'm
kidding?
not sure, but we'll see.
Uh-huh.
We'll find out. Cinder's just trying to make friends like Cinder always fucking does, apparently.
Brett said
Yeah.
you saved her from being named after a science thing.
What were you gonna name her?
Spectra?
Ooh, that's actually pretty. But
Well, the thing's going, okay, a rainbow is a spectrum. She has 2 rainbow eyes, therefore, Spectra.
she's also got kind of like a almost a rainbowy look in her hair too. She got like blues and purples and stuff.
There are so many visual spectrums on this
Greens.
small bean.
I feel like Cinder would offer her food if she wanted it.
She will probably hesitantly take food from you, but then just nom because she's hungry.
What she's going to do is she's actually going to cast Goodberry,
Ooh.
Good choice.
which gives you enough nutrients basically for the entire day.
I mean, technically,
And
you
heals
can
you for
stay up,
1
drag. You don't have to go to sleep until tonight, and that would get rid of your exhaustion, anyways. Because you did sleep, and long enough, I feel that you wouldn't get another point of exhaustion for staying up.
You know, you make a fair point. I feel Kreh might also realize this at some point. But do I have a reason to?
I don't know. Last I heard, she was sitting at the bar, so.
I feel like Cinder would just
If they've
she
been,
would let
if she's been in this tavern for at least an hour, and people haven't gotten here, she will go try to find them.
Would you guys say it's been about that long? You guys have been sitting here between the conversations and talking to her?
I could say that.
Doggos?
Yeah.
yeah
I mean, probably.
Yeah.
Okay,
play Boondogs a while.
right.
She'd
Okay.
offer, like,
In which case, yeah,
Should
she
you
would
be-
totally go looking for people.
What was that, Fluff?
she'd give the good berries to her. She can make what good berries does she make?
It was 10.
10,
You will
and she'll let her know what they do.
happily nom
And they
one.
only last they last 24 hours basically before they lose their effectiveness, essentially. Their potency.
Yeah. She
The
might
level
have
1
been a
spell,
little
what is it?
hungry. It's fine.
Really good.
Out of character, wait. She was feeding Nubby and Kindling bread.
She
Mhm.
had half a loaf of bread
Fair.
Bread loaves.
that she was snacking on.
Loafy.
Kindling may have been
She wasn't
sniffing, I
starving,
realized.
she was just hungry.
Yeah.
Yeah. I just feel like Kindling smelled only bread, and I was like, I only smell bread.
At least you've not been teleporting bread for the last 3 days. Oh yeah, Brett.
I feel like, well, Amos is probably harder to see. I don't think Cinder is hard to see. I don't know why.
You know,
It's hard to see a glowing beacon in the dark.
Especially when she's happy, she's very glowy.
I know. I was about to say Amos would have been a little harder to see because of that, because it's dark. But Cinder is a fucking beacon in the middle of the night.
That is fair. In which case, you know, no problem finding that. I seriously thank you for not making me roll a perception at disadvantage.
I I just feel like between Doggo and Striker, you would have spotted them anyways.
Yeah, fair.
I'm gonna take a both provide the help action.
Yeah, Kreh would have told Aaron she didn't intend to be out very long, and
Yeah, he will probably get whatever room is provided for the boys and go to bed.
this is very fair. So, yeah. I don't know if any more would be said by the time she got there. I should probably get
I think that's
right
during the
here.
Goodberry conversation.
Oh,
Is when you would show up as like after that was done.
Alright. Oh, okay.
It's not that far of a walk. It's like I said, the top part is not that big.
Oh, okay. Gotcha. This is where you all are.
Just kind of peeks
Talking to a
around.
friend.
Hello there.
Hi. I know a lot of people.
They're like my family.
And that's when she grows a little sad look in her eye.
I'm gonna shift into a cat. I'm just gonna like approach. I call like I realize the cat's expression on this picture is like I am done with your shit.
Did she
Well,
just turn
aren't
into
most
a...
cats?
Did she just turn into a cat?
Yeah, she does that.
The cat nods.
She's a druid.
Confused look.
Confusion.
Meow.
Yow.
Yeah, time for Kreh to catch up on the, oh, this child has no memory.
Yeah, you know.
Alright, the speed run, yes. We don't know. We are still unsure of her name. She woke up in Arcadia. She was told to come here to see if she had family. She has protective magic inside of her. Let's see.
Inside of her?
Yes, inside her.
Can I roll an Arcana or something to see if that's something I've ever heard of?
Sure.
You're the magic person. Cinder don't know magic. Cinder knows
I
magic.
have Arcana, but like Cam's hung up on other aspects of this weirdness.
Jesus!
19 on the die plus 6.
Jesus!
Bravo! How
Listen.
do I have a higher Arcana than you?
What's your intelligence?
Good question. Wait a
I
minute.
have
Hold on.
a plus
Did I?
3.
What was your intelligence, Ryan?
There's typing and I'm concerned.
I feel like Drake's looking
Oh, that's what I did. I haven't updated those since since the proficiency was 2, apparently.
Jesus, boy!
Oh my gosh! Tag.
So that's actually
so that's-
27.
Yes.
Proficiency of 4.
Ooh. Ooh.
Hey, our Arcana's match.
Yeah.
About to say, I should have the lower end Arcana here.
It's fine. I will
I'm-
make sure my proficiencies are up to date at some point, which is during conversations.
Mhm.
Kreh's just gonna carefully approach,
Uh-oh.
and kneel down in front of her.
Mm-hmm.
And she'll offer out a hand, just going, "May I?"
Sure.
And basically, she is going to examine the hand for mortal fleshiness.
Okay. We'll roll medicine? I think that would make sense.
That makes sense to me. The phrasing that it was used for the question doesn't make sense to me. It makes sense to me.
I think I know what's going, where that's going. Yeah, I'm concerned even more now. Because there was another
Sorry,
time-
everything froze. What did I miss?
No.
Nothing.
my-
We're waiting on you.
Sorry, everything froze, and I heard nothing after I said the words "mortal fleshiness."
Oh, medicine check question mark?
Sweet. Well, that was a 17 a die and a natural 20 with the disadvantage I still have.
Oh, jeez.
That last one was two 19s, by the way. This is Dark Heart. Fear it. So that's 18 medicine.
Oh, wow, you +1 to medicine. Miss.
Yep.
Miss must make everybody better with Spare the Dying.
I had magic for that. And still technically do.
Feels like flesh.
I'm still coming through, right?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Huh. Well, I've heard of this internal magic thing with constructs, but I've never seen a construct like this, if that were the case.
Tilt's head.
Cinder tilts head.
The confusion in both their eyes right now is probably really funny.
I feel like the one ear's up, one ear's down. Like, what the f...
Yeah, then she's got the basic rundown, and she remembers nothing other than waking up in Arcadia.
Yeah.
Arcadia was a tech powerhouse.
Yeah.
I mean, you were only checking to see if the flesh was real, so that's fine.
You know, I don't know how else to test for mortalness other than, well, that's kind of flesh-like.
Other than stabbing her or something, that would probably be a horrible idea, actually.
Yeah, no, I'm not stabbing this child.
Yeah.
Well, they are currently
Child.
adorable, and not trying to stab me, therefore they are friend.
Do you bleed stab?
Yeah, I'm not gonna try that. Yeah, but after that, she will let the hen go, as her science thing has been accomplished for the moment. Right. When I say construct, this thing, this is a construct.
Look between the two, like,
Don't
that's nothing the same.
Exactly.
I'm made of that.
Sorry, what was that?
I don't think I'm made of that. She kind of looks at the metal dog.
Yeah.
Aspire's currently having a freak out in the chat.
This is fine.
And
yeah.
Cinder, like,
Crab
attempt to
would
climb.
back off to give her some distance.
What?
Fair. Cinder could, like, stand up, like, like the pick me up.
She will pick up the cat. She will put the kitty in lap.
She'll nuzzle along the chest, and can I listen for a heartbeat? Because she's going off basically whatever Kreh was going on. Because she's just like,
Fair. You are also a cat, so you have advantage on that. Because I feel like cats have really good hearing. I don't know why I think that, but I feel like that's a thing.
oh, it's a natural 20, so 25. Just basing on what Kreh was going off. It took her a bit because Kreh took a bit to explain it, but you know.
Yeah, you know.
Like because here's the thing. So there's like she ate. Cinder is concerned now. Cinder is very concerned now.
No.
Cinder cannot express this concern other than to people who have earrings.
Cam has one.
Amos
I think Cam, Amos, and Cinder are the ones who do.
There's one. Well, at least one more of you do. No,
Yeah.
Zarvis does.
Zarvis is
Yeah.
the one.
Yeah, I believe it was Jarvis. It was either Zarvis or Kreh. It was Zarvis.
Well, because Amos is the one she can see. She's not quite sure how his earrings exactly work 100% yet, other than knowing the person.
Mhm.
No heartbeat is what you hear.
Do you hear that? Could just mean she's undead. You're not sure.
Oh.
No.
There's actually
You
multitude
ate
of
food,
reasons.
but now you have no heartbeat. What the fuck?
There's multitude of reasons why that could be a thing. I'll be honest with you.
She's like, yeah, she's like, Zarvis doesn't eat real. I mean, he kind of does, but he doesn't have to. He doesn't know what's going on now. Now she's just concerned. Things are confusing, and it confuses Cinder, and it concerns her now.
Hmm.
Why she's only told Amos.
Hmm?
Only Amos knows so far, because she can't communicate.
You know, this is fair.
I think. How am I gonna do this?
Question: are these two still looking over there?
Probably. Most likely.
Keeping an eye on
Imagine
things,
I imagine you can see kindling sitting on the statue, right?
Yeah.
Because kindling feeds off of the motions that is the cinder. There's concern motions, like it's like kind of fidgety.
I'm assuming this can be inferred from seeing Cat actively listen for beats of heart.
I mean, more she like snuzzled into the chest, so she wasn't being very like I'm
Okay,
listening
that's
for your
fair.
heartbeat. It was just like
Get
Probably
the Cam
leans over to Cam. I think is that a bad thing? Kind of points up to kindling.
That typically means something is not right. Kind of goes over earring to those two over there, including Zarvis and the thing. That way they can have this conversation without freaking child out.
Mm-hmm.
What's wrong? Kindling seems nervous. Why are we nervous?
don't know what's going on.
What? Explain.
Well, okay. Kreh's thought construct, because constructs have the thing in the thing. Whatever that thing you're talking about, the magic. But fleshy and can eat. So, like, I'm like, I'll go up and listen to a heartbeat, and then none. None. I don't know what this is.
Question, TM.
Yes. Do you need something? Do you need some assistance, hun? Do you need?
I need to know if Cam could make this connection because I've been sitting here for the past 10 minutes with this thought in my head.
See, Senora?
I would like to know if there's a possibility Cam could think of the dolls from the dream and the toy maker.
I mean, it's possible. She doesn't quite compare to them. They were obvious dolls.
I think they were like porcelain, like metal, like almost.
Yeah.
This looks
And
like it was meant.
they also talk very weird.
Yeah. Just it was one of those like, okay, I don't think this is the thing, but like that's the immediate thing that I've been thinking about for the past 10 minutes, and that's why I've been freaking out.
This strikes me as somebody, because remember where she woke up. Just Cinder would not have this thing, but like this strikes me as like somebody was like, I want to make a construct, but I want it to be a real boy, like fucking Pinocchio shit. I don't know if that's true, but it fucking strikes me as.
That's also a possibility. There's a few possibilities. That's why I said it. There's a couple of reasons it could be. I don't know what to tell you. Not sure why.
Cam's gonna go over the earring and go, oh, she looks a little too real to be a doll. Gods, this is where we would have asked another inventor who's not with us. He knew anybody trying to pull something like this off.
I'm just worried for her.
She just kind of looks at Zarvis, concerned.
He looks just as confused and concerned. It
can't be a coincidence that she just woke up and got sent here.
I mean, what do you want to do?
I don't know. We already have so much on our plate. I don't necessarily want to pawn her off on someone else, but at the same time...
Yeah.
Surprise adoption.
If we could only figure out why she doesn't have
Here you go, Spencer.
Oh, poor Spencer.
No.
Someone follow.
Oh, no.
That poor man is just getting all the children thrown on him. Like, oh my god.
If we we could figure out why she didn't have a heartbeat and where she came from. I'm concerned about that and not having a memory.
I realize something.
Ah?
I don't know that she currently doesn't have a heartbeat.
Yeah. Kreh is
Yeah,
the
no.
is the inventor.
Yeah. Campbell relayed the information to Kreh via a message spell.
Awesome.
By the way.
Yeah, I don't.
Oh, she's still snuggled up in the lab.
Mhm.
She can stay like that for 4 hours. Man.
She's just
Yeah.
petting Kitty.
Hmm. And Kreh did like see the kind of sadness to her, right?
Mm-hmm.
Huh.
She showed emotion.
In her head to Striker. Striker, question for you.
Hmm? What?
Do you know of any way to see? Fuck, I don't know, like weird soul shit.
Stares at her.
I know it's a weird ass fucking question.
To be fair, he's been sitting there this whole time. Hasn't said a word.
You know?
Yeah.
I mean, she's real, if that's what you're saying. True say. You'd be able to see through it if she wasn't.
Yeah.
Even technically created, you'd probably be able to at least see if she was like alive based on the death shit that probably came.
Yeah.
Yeah, when it comes to death and undead, I feel like Reapers are very keen on that.
I feel like him and Rin would be able to immediately tell. Yeah, she's a person. She exists.
Especially after so many years of existing in
Well,
the court.
you know, this is how Stryker would word it. How do I put this? Well, I guess that's not fully true. She's alive and she's also not alive.
That's descriptive.
You're welcome.
She's alive enough to seem to have expression down. This was still silent to Striker because you know
Yeah.
this would be weird. This weird shit to say just out loud. I'm just saying. Right. Remind me again. Was I told where she woke up?
Yes.
Okay. Alright. So you're here. And you woke up in Arcadia some time ago.
A few days ago. I think she said like 4. I don't remember now, but something like 4
I
or 5,
believe it
like
was
a few,
4.
some
so.
days ago.
Yeah.
Huh. Interesting. according to my friend here, like just shoulder moving. In their words, you're apparently both living and not living.
What?
Cinder looks more confused.
You are a
now.
person.
This is a description to give a child. And it's like,
Nope, bye, Fluffy.
Yes.
bye, Fluffy. We lost Fluffy.
Apparently.
Yeah,
Oh,
she's very confused and probably a slight bit of concern to her voice of, wait, what?
You know,
Were you planning on
Sorry,
sleeping
bedside.
anywhere? Are you planning on sleeping anywhere that was not outside tonight?
I usually sleep with the dogs. I took a nap when I got here. And they came and curled up by me, so I was gonna do that again.
Alright, that's probably going to be easier on you than what I was thinking. Because, like, knowledge, he was going to give her 2 gold as far as for a room at the inn.
She got here, like, laid down, woke up with doggies around her, so she was like, I'm gonna sleep with the doggies.
yeah.
It's fine. She couldn't possibly have any significance.
You know, I just like I am here already. Like, right. You don't know your name, so I don't know what to call you.
Opal.
Yeah, Cinder wants to call me Opal, so yeah.
Looks at her for a second. Yeah, I can see that. Oh, I guess if you already have plans for the night, nice meeting you, and look over at Amos. I was going, that look at what are we doing here exactly?
Oh?
Are you guys gonna stay for a while?
As long as that is needed. Stay, get some information before we have to move on to take care of some things, but we'll be here for as long as we need to be to gather information or figure out what we're next doing.
Alright. I'll probably be here.
well,
Less.
I mean, meow.
Yo.
Druid cat.
Good to know. I'm gonna go back to the inn. If people need me, I'll be there.
I feel like Stryker would be more blunt if you actually pressed him for more answers, to be fair.
You know, I feel like that was a possibility, but she is too tired to brain, excluding for Arcana, because Darkheart was like, nope, this is a natural 19. Twice. Take it.
Yeah,
She'll probably wake up in the morning and then grill the dog.
Don't. We're not making hot dogs.
But what did I just did something. How did I do
You
this?
like you like spread them out evenly. I don't know
You know,
how.
I'm weirdly okay with this. Just I'm over here now.
You know?
Now Kreh has a distraction of I have seen great science today.
You know? After a short bit of sitting there, probably just,
That's not great.
hanging with her a little bit longer. Almost will eventually bid her a good night. As far as in, let me see. You'll be safe with them dogs out here. They're very gentle. Well, unless you're mean to them. Otherwise, you're very gentle.
There will not wag your tail.
Ah!
They're good people, basically.
Yes, Aspire.
I'm fine. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, that
They're
sounds
not.
fine.
Yeah, sure. She's totally fine.
Yeah.
Kind of give you a good night.
I feel like Cinder would stretch and start kind of getting up as well. For cat nap, essentially.
Hey, you know, Amos is gonna go
That was.
actually get a room. How much does he need to mark off?
Right.
Free for you guys.
Free.
For just you guys.
We have
Free.
a boys' room and a girls' room, basically.
Kind of cruel. I imagine if you two were still standing there, Haka followed, picked up Kitty and went back to the end.
Yeah, they're finishing this conversation.
Yeah. Do you see all the doggies curl up with her and she kind of lays down with them and cuddles with them?
Cam just turns her back to the child and starts talking in Celestial again. Just like, all right. Are we talking general or are we talking very specifically like you?
Specifically.
Okay, that's more concerning.
That'll explain the no heartbeat.
It definitely would. Who sent her here? Who turned her?
Mm-hmm.
It might be nothing, but you don't just run into vampires every day.
Especially children.
Potentially could ask Ace. Not Ace. Showman.
That's probably a conversation you have at Amos then. Who already left.
Should probably. Yeah, we should probably go. Right.
Do you happen to glance back at her out of curiosity?
Yeah!
She's kind of watching you two.
Concern.
I'm sure that's fine.
Out of character, you know how great hearing vampires have.
They're also speaking in Celestial. You're just not
Yep.
sure if she knows the language.
That's kind of why Cam's talking in that language, because she doesn't know.
I'm sure
This
it's fine.
party's a rarity in how many people speak the language, okay?
I mean, to be fair, there's a language Cinder and I can speak. I think Cinder knows Sylvan.
No.
No?
Cinder knows. What does Cinder know? Common, Druidic, Draconic, Primordial, and Sylvan.
Hey,
Are we
Cinder and I
just
can Sylvan.
gonna flavor here.
She just kind of rubs her nipples. I don't know.
Oh, bye again.
Oh yeah, so I must have disconnected again, apparently.
Whoops.
Okay. She'll be safe with the moon dogs, but part of you know that part of yourself that's just child must protect. Get inside.
Yeah, kind of. You probably talk with Amos, see what he says, and Showman says. First, I think she'll be fine tonight.
She should be, and please, 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 just looking up this guy, please, whatever gods have, like, just dropped us in the middle of this, don't let this be part of anything else we're dealing with it right now.
Right now, like, no, this must be later, future dealings, please. Please.
Please, there's a
Of
list.
all the, like, thousands of gods that have created this world, stop it.
She's just like, the gods are messing with us now. This is just, there's too much happening. You're putting too much on us. That's enough.
Question is, was she turned or is she born like that?
That's, yeah, concern. Yeah, it's just.
It's also interesting that the doggies all like her.
Uh-huh.
Most animals would be afraid.
I'm just going to ignore that and try and find Amos.
Okay, he'd be in the. Basically, you guys would be told which 2 rooms were yours, and pick one for the woman and one for the guy. Basically.
Yeah, just gonna knock and.
Amos will stand up from the bed and walk to the door.
Aaron is probably out cold, by the way. Amos, once you get in there.
Yeah, he figured. I bet Amos probably would have walked in and been like, I should probably go to bed.
Alright, there's
Walked
an
over to bed.
Ignis thing happening. What the fuck is going on over here? Oh my god, I forgot about this.
Right. That's been going on for a while.
This has been going on for a while. What is it? Have you just been intimidating him? What have you been doing? This poor boy.
She probably would have walked up, looked at him, and like see if he recognized her, because she does look like Cinder, which is like an off-colored Cinder.
Yeah. I feel like. Yeah, the 4 on the dot, he ain't putting that together. He probably just think that she's just a random fire genasi, I'll be honest.
Long time no see.
Have we met?
Well, technically no. I was kind of after the fact. You met my sister, though, that we split up from. I think she made well, that was more my influence, a threat. In a certain inn when you were pretending to be Zarvis.
You're not here to, like, beat me up or anything, right?
Good, but no.
Okay.
I've heard you've been. I had to admire you are. Braver than most.
I guess part of me just kind of accepted that there wasn't much I could do for my family anymore. Oh. Figured I might as well help.
If there's anything we can do to help after the fact, we will attempt. Which I will. More likely Cinder will. It's kind of her MO, I guess.
I appreciate that. If I think of anything, I'll let you know.
Appreciate it. Oh, by the way, you don't have to worry about me casting any magics against you.
That's good, I think.
I just punch a lot better.
Okay, well,
She,
if it helps
just
my
smile.
if it helps my case at all for you to not do that, I haven't changed into anyone else in a while.
Honestly, I don't care if you do or not. Just continue to help, I guess, if you can. Or basically just don't interfere with, don't help them. I honestly don't care if you help us or help this town at all. I'm not gonna blame you one way or the other.
I'll make note to stay out of your way, not interfere badly. How about that?
Puts a hand on his shoulder. I'll let Cinder know you're here.
Okay.
I'm sure she'll like to catch up. And I'm the aggressive side. I left. She's a lot more. She'll probably be a lot happy to see you. Especially seeing what you helped with.
Appreciate it.
And she'll actually walk away and be like, well, by the way, I do hit my friends and my enemies equally.
Uh,
They do dumb things.
oh, okay.
Enemies I go would actually hurt. Friends is just like, stop doing it.
Good to know. Thanks for the advice, I think. It's advice.
Just stay safe.
You got it.
And she probably would have headed.
Okay.
She probably wouldn't hear when you guys walked in. Sorry
Now
about
we can do a cut to the Amos and Cam
There we go.
conversations. Because I completely forgot those two had been standing there.
You know,
Oops.
that. That's fine. I may have forgotten to.
fair.
Curious child is curious. Yeah. Amos, hi. Do you still have the shaman's card?
It depends. Why do you need it?
Because if anyone might know about why the child we just left is a vampire, he might.
You know, that makes a wee bit more sense now.
Striker's comment now
Other-
makes sense.
Other than this, by the way, other than the stopping of like, it doesn't phase him.
Cam is just exasperated at this point that, of course, it's a vampire kid they have stumbled across.
I'm sure it's fine.
First night here, and
Yeah, sure.
we have found the thing.
I mean, probably. I mean, they're next door to each other, but
Okay.
she's still standing in the hall. So I guess if you're trying to
Okay.
listen in, I'm assuming.
She's also trying to be quiet as to not disturb the other patrons.
Yeah, okay, yeah.
late and
If she's
stuff,
trying to be
so-
quiet, never mind.
Okay.
But like, if this was that conversation volume, I was like going,
Oh no, she's not being loud about the fact that they just left a vampire kid out in the cold. No, she's
that
not.
could be a
not-
weird thing to have to explain to
No,
somebody.
No.
okay.
Striker's
In
probably
which
just
case,
like
I retract
being
my
Striker.
curiosities. Yeah.
I'll also hand over the card.
She's going to look at it and go, Shaman, there's a child outside that doesn't remember her name and is a vampire and woke up in Arcadia. Any ideas as to who she is?
That is a good question that I don't have an answer for.
Lovely. Do you happen to have a way to get an answer for that?
Well, you would first have to find out who turned her and or had her.
Right,
Because
she doesn't
pure
remember
blood
any-
vampires are a thing, my dear.
Lovely. She doesn't remember anything.
Well, then that's a problem.
Yes, it is.
There are random vampires that wander around. I've met maybe 2, and then I know one that's nowadays. My brother is damn.
See, out of character, I'm not gonna lie, when she said something about the child, I was like, he's about to say something smart ass, like, not mine.
No, he doesn't make that comment actually.
Yeah,
He's met a
was like,
couple, but he's only met, like you said, 1 or 2,
Yeah.
besides his brother
fair.
and the children that are half.
The children.
She'll describe how the child looks to him and just go like, any chance you've run across anyone in your line of work that may match a similar description?
You don't get an answer.
Oh man.
Yes.
Why didn't you answer?
I don't know yet. I will figure that out. I need to go look into some things. Excuse me.
And she kind of looks up at Amos and just looks very tired.
And you-
suddenly.
Oh, how old is she?
She looks to be about 11 or 12 years old, Showman.
Good to know. Bye.
Just hands the card back to Amos. Be prepared to possibly be doing some babysitting.
Why me?
I made a roll, man.
Well, you tell me if I were to tell you that your lovely friend there might be the father of the child outside.
It's an assumption.
Based off that response?
As far as Amos, you hear this? As far as I'm aware, I do not have a child, but I will find out. Because when you gave the description, my first thought is, oh, the hair.
Yeah.
His immediate
My
thought
hair's
is like,
personal.
wait a second.
He'll
You
look
know,
back up-
the hair, the prismatic eyeballs.
he'll look back up to Cam. He doesn't think he has any kids.
But
I feel like Ace would have been around.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
gives Amos this like, really?
He said it, not I.
I don't care if this is his kid. We're going to have other issues. If this isn't his kid, more problems that we have a list of things to already deal with. I don't want to be dealing with a missing vampire child as well. So I'm not sure which I'd rather find out, that this is the shaman's child or it's not.
That's a good question. I just feel like no matter what, even if it is or not, just the description alone is like, wait a second. Who did I sleep with 12 years ago?
Yeah,
Let me pull out my little black book.
he probably.
It's more like a black binder.
Yeah.
This is the man sled vampire, okay? Like, he's not... And he has no sexual preference, so he's been around.
Yeah. It's like him's just like, she can't decide if she wants it to be the showman's kid, because if it is the showman's kid, great, we know where to send her. But also, the showman may not want her to be there, which might mean she might be stuck with us for a little while, which would be a problem.
If it is the showman's kid, what happened to her mom?
And then on the flip side of that question is, if it's not the showman's kid, well, crap, who is she? We have even more problems, and then we're back to square one.
It's all fine. Everything's fine.
She doesn't want it to be either. She just wants this to be somebody else's problem, and she knows it's not gonna be.
Blissful ignorance of my characters in this situation.
I'm just... What are you doing?
My gosh.
Oh, okay. Well, does everybody go to bed?
Yes, I'm gonna grab some alcohol and go to bed.
Yeah, Kreh will most likely stare at a ceiling for a bit. And eventually die.
And then wakes up in the morning with the realization of like, wait a second.
Yeah,
Cam is not
because
going
then
to
rest
bed
would have happened.
this evening. She's just like, today's been a day. We actually went over the list of what we actually have to accomplish, and she's overwhelmed now.
Alright, well I think that's if nothing else is going on, that's a good place to call it.
Yeah.
This is fair.
Yeah.
We're adopting that child.
I don't know. Cam does not want to be adopting children right now.
Are we adopting the child? Or are you guys making Amos adopt the child? I'm not sure yet.
Yeah, I'm more concerned with that second one. They're like, what? Why him?
Probably
He's
because
got
he's
a lot on his
closest
mind at the moment.
to the showman.
Yeah.
You know, it's either that or if you really want to serve the granddaughter of the Raven Queen to adopt a vampire kid.
I'm just gonna point this out there, and this is not trying to push it toward Amos, but I feel like Amos is one of the more responsible people here.
That that is.
Yeah. This
Unfortunately,
is...
besides Zarvas, he's a little reckless, but he's probably more responsible than some of people in the
Yeah.
group.
Like
Yeah.
Zarvis, Amos.
At the very minimum, Zarvas could probably keep an eye on her as far as the vampire part.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And
we gotta
Kreh
make sure the whole feeding thing is done.
Yeah.
Yeah.
My brain
Wait a
should be
minute.
working
It's been
tomorrow.
4 days.
Yeah.
Don't most go feral in 3?
Mm.
Oh.
You're not sure if she's had blood or anything in that time?
We don't know. We know nothing.
What
We know
happened to the people she got here with?
They
In
teleported her
fact, she
here.
just got there a couple hours before us.
Yeah, they teleported her there. She found some people that did magic, and they had the plane ship thing and took her there and then left.
That's even more concerning. That's even more concerning.
Hey, hi, hello, random people with magic capabilities that can send me to this place they want me to be for some reason.
I'm
Oh.
worried.
Oh.
Worried.
I am okay with this.
I'm not.
I'm sure it's fine.
At least in the meantime, she is a very precious being.
Yes, she is. She is a lovely, precious little thing.
And the doggos love her. Doggos do not love bad things.
Especially those doggos.
Yes. Guardian doggos of the moon.
They are guardians of that I believe actually dislike most undead things, if I remember correctly what we were given.
Yeah, that's why it's
Yep.
really unusual.
It's a very strange situation, and Cam's just
On the bright side.
But that could also mean that maybe if she is Ace's kid, then would she have celestial blood?
Yeah.
That would protract him.
All I know is a bright side. In the morning, Kreh can say to this child, okay, good thing, you are not a clinky metal doggo.
You are not a clinky metal doggo!
No, you're just alive and dead at the same time.
Yep. How? Why?
How about we don't have Kreh explain this to the child?
That would be
Yeah,
great.
you know, it's just... Yeah, just... All I know with Kreh, in the morning, she's gonna wake up going like... Striker, did you really not just say the simple thing?
It's funnier to make you figure it out.
This is Striker in his most spiteful. Let's
See,
be real.
Rin would
This
have
is
been
my
the
life
one
now.
to turn around and say, "That's a fucking vampire." The Striker's like, she's alive. Well, kind of alive.
Well, no. What would have happened is she would look the child up and down, realized it was a vampire, looked at her again, and immediately gone, "Okay, which boy did this?"
That one.
Does Cinder have an elephant child? Did Lucky adopt a child or make a child? What happened?
Did Doctor make a child?
Drag Lucky and Xander into a room, sit down, and go, "Okay."
I don't know if two Dampiers can make
A
pure
vampire.
blood-born vampire.
It's one of those. She just
Because
doesn't
if she
know.
was half, she would still have a heartbeat, technically.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's usually just like slower. They're on the.
No.
Dampiers are weird. They're on the mix of deaf and alive and undead.
Yeah.
Alright, I'm
Who would
gonna
be proud-
say
yeah.
bye to stream because
Yeah.
I have had
bye,
to pee
stream.
for the last 2 hours. Goodbye, everybody!
Bye.
Nice.